We're just in it like that. And I'm looked into the right thing here. No, launch this dumb asshole stream on Twitch. I'm just getting stuff set up on my end. First thing I see is I hate Peach, dude. Even Kalvar. I've been talking with him, and he's just like, man, this slide hits different, huh? There was another tweet. He even sent me this one. This was godlike. Let's throw that one up on stream. That is a thing.
Thanks.
Congratulations on remembering that that's a thing. You did it. Great job. Let me know if there's any problem with the levels, if the music seems to be louder than me, or if it's a relatively fine sound stage. I think it's fine, sounds good. Yeah, so the major LAN tournaments have been running unfrozen stadium, and this has caused controversy amongst people who started playing Melee or played a shitload of Melee during the rollback age. During rollback, we had to freeze stadium just because it was just, we were trying to, like, or Fizzy was trying to get it out of the gate, and he could not get it to sync up properly. It would just cause desyncs and problems and stag. So now people are going to tournaments, and then they're getting janked out on stadium transformations, and then they're like, this is bullshit. And I'm like, this is Melee. Keep it up. Don't freeze stadium. After watching Mango forward smash Bobby Big Balls like 5 times in 20 seconds off of mistext on tree, the community seriously thinking about freezing stadium. I think it's definitely like, if it weren't for the fact that we had to freeze stadium for rollback, it would be entirely out of the discussion. So there's a group of people that are like, well, we should just fix rollback so the stadium's unfrozen. And then there's I think an equally large group of people that are like, for the love of God, freeze stadium. I like it frozen. And then there's an absolutely just like extremist group of people that it's like, well, if we're freezing stadium, let's get rid of Wispy on Dreamland and Fly Guys on Yoshi's. And those people are a bunch of psychopaths. As far as I know, so a Kalvar session is scheduled for 15 minutes from now. So I'm just kind of putzing around, making sure that all of the thingamajiggies are set up. Gonna be getting into a voice channel with him, or a voice call, per se. Probably gonna do a voice channel in his server, that way I can get the Discord's thing going. Let me see if I can set that up now. Discord. Discord stream widget. You have an upcoming session with Kalvar. That's crazy. Thanks, Google. It's dark. Now it's not dark anymore. That's crazy. Now it's really bright. Ah! I have ascended! Where is it? The dojo? I don't think I can select. Oh, invite channel. No. No, there's a status widget. No, I need a voice widget. Stream Kalvar. There we go. I'll just leave it as default options for now. We're gonna copy here. My eyes! I know. Could not find the Streamlinks channel. Yeah, it's there. Posted in a few places. I don't think I posted it in my group chat. No, I didn't. Boom. Throw that out there. I'm so excited. I'm so, like, over the moon about this. Like, not just the fact that, like, it's a bunch of things. And I'll say a few things to Kalvar when he gets in here. But, like, this is really the first time that I've ever invested in myself. Like, in terms of my skill, right? Like, I certainly paid out the ass for my Smash Stick, but, like, that was as much of a medical necessity as it was, like, something for the future of my Melee career, something to keep playing. Because if I had to keep playing on GameCube controller, like, I'd be done for. Heck, like, I actually have, like, a couple of little hand cramps from Kalvar Cup. And that's, like, just honestly a bigger factor that I just slam on my buttons, and I need to be pressing on them a little bit lighter and treating my hands more gently. I may end up having to change my layout, which that's going to be 3 years of muscle memory I'm going to have to fix. Ideally, there is one workaround that I have thought about that I do need to practice. But it's the fact that my middle finger is used a ton. Middle finger on jump, that means you use it for wave dashes, short hops, shine wave lands, jump cancels, ledge dashes, everything. Jump, you kind of jump a lot in the game. Wouldn't you believe it? But yeah, so far what I've got is a very rudimentary sort of thing, but probably gonna start off with like maybe a good hour of just grinding out and like talking about mentality stuff, right? I have this boiled down presentation here. There's 10 PowerPoint slides that are like the bullet points of my current mentality problems with Melee. So we're gonna see if we can knock out these 10 slides. If it runs over time, then fine. We'll have, had very thorough discussion on these 10 points. If we run under time, it takes less than an hour to cover all of this stuff, then I can go back to this. This is a 30 slide presentation that's got a lot more embellished thoughts, a lot more different like anecdotes and tangents and different considerations. So I've got plenty of stuff to fill time to talk about mentality. Then I should get these sets together. We're gonna copy. What? Said copy. And now I have 3 sets from Kalvar Cup to review. Then do I have... I would have gotten the mate files. Mate labeled singles. So I got these, I don't think I grabbed them. So it was winners round 1, winners round 2, Stock versus Arcanist. I'll just extract all of these here. Bippy. You. That's 1. Then I beat him, got to winners round 3, fought Artie, got absolutely dumpstered by Artie. I am not sure if the Artie set is going to be worth reviewing, just because there's just so many things that I did wrong, and I feel like the gap between our skill is not like meaningful enough to analyze versus something that was a lot closer, which that is what my losers round 3 was. Against Smith. I lost to Smith, but I had the capacity to beat him. And I want to know what it is, the mistakes that I made. Well, because I think it was, I lost 2 or 1-2. I lost game 1, I beat him game 2, and then I lost game 3. Right? So I did something right in game 2. And I honestly feel like I just made some crappy flubs in game 3, and I was just like, nah, I can't do this anymore. Like, it sucks. It's a garbage mentality that I have right now, but I kind of like feel like if I'm gonna really take it off of somebody, I need all 4 stocks. If I SD, it's just like, oh, shit, this isn't gonna work now. But then at Kalvar Cup yesterday, there was a game 5 nail biter against Unlimited, which I think there's some stuff that I can get from there about like the back and forth on like things that he was calling me out for and like good decisions that I was making in the games that I won. Versus 33 Toes, I got 4 stocked game 1. So I don't know if that one's good, but there's definitely like in game 2 and game 4, he went Donkey Kong game 3, and that did not work out for him as much as he wanted it to, as much as they wanted it to. And then I switched back to Peach and just clobbered me. Then I went to Dad's Akimbo. I met him a long time ago. He's a cracked ass Falco. I just gave him the hands game 1, and then he just swept me 3-0 after that, uncontested. Wasn't even, well, it was close, but like, I need to know what he did that. And I honestly want to analyze that set from a mentality perspective, because I lost the mental game there when I should have been able to beat him, I feel. I think I had the punish, I absolutely had the movement and the neutral, and then I think I just got so nervous and so in my own head about it that I just started dropping just dumb, easy shit. Doop, 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 doop. Sent him a message. Gonna get this thing rolling. Let's copy this. My eyes. Light theme. Don't you love it? Create a new web element. What's the 300 by 600? Browser source. So long, dear browser. Oh, it does. 600. Boink. Okay. That's there. Put that right there. That'll probably show up with the background. I can shuffle that around when I need to. Doink. This one, then check my email on this tab. I'll find their Discord information on my dashboard. That's crazy. Boink. Don't need that for now. My brain is about to expand. Sure hope it is. Paid enough money for it. I think the goals for today is like, I want to have like one really important takeaway. Maybe something, it might be something that I've known about before, that I underestimated its importance, or something that I didn't know, something that I didn't really have in mind. That all of a sudden it's just like, oh, this is at the forefront. This is what I need to be working on a lot. I'd like to be able to have like a couple of takeaways for that, meaning like, you know, here's a significant takeaway on how I approach neutral. Here's a significant takeaway on how I approach lasers. Here's a significant takeaway on how I approach punish game, edge guarding, right? Like I'll try to expand and get as many of these takeaways as possible, but the more lessons that there are to learn in each individual section, I think that's rapidly going to start approaching an information overload situation. Which, again, information overload is not necessarily a lose condition of these sessions. Like, all of this is going to be recorded, saved, exported to YouTube. I'm probably going to set markers of my own in between sections so that even when it goes over to the YouTube VOD, there'll be, like, chapter breaks, so I can immediately go to, like, all right, here's where I was practicing against Sheik. Here's where I was practicing Marth, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, for the itinerary, it's going to be... probably the first hour is gonna be talking about mentality. Then that up there. Then I'm gonna do VOD reviews. I have a couple of sets that I can look over. I'll be right in just one sec. Kalvar is pretty. So review existing VODs of me beforehand, and so the mentality discussion will kind of roll into these other things, so that like Kalvar will definitely have a decent enough frame of reference for these VODs. And then after that's done, I think what I'm gonna do is just basically spend the rest of the session, provided there's even time left in the session. We could go so granular on these VODs, it's not even funny. But whatever time is left over, I want to do a best of 5 and then analyze it, and then do another best of 5 and then analyze it, and then another best of 5, right? Just back and forth and back and forth. Is like, this is what the mistakes that you were making here. Work on those for the next best of 5. Might even do a best of 3, just so that I'm not doing 3 games in a row of just making crappy mistakes. But we'll see what he thinks about it. Greg just calls you. Or with your. Yeah. Am I going through a PowerPoint with Kalvar? Yes. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll be in
Yo,
touch.
Kalvar just followed the channel. Oh my goodness. That's what the money will get you. Oh, that's funny. All right, so I'm gonna just join the waiting room, and then he'll hopefully drag me up. I'm right here. This is my stream. Oh, there it is. I've been dragged up. Hello, Kalvar.
How goes it?
It's going awesome. I've been looking forward today
Me too.
for quite a while.
Nice. I will say I was about to hit you with some banger emotes in the chat, but I refused to verify my Twitch account, so I can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But yeah. Let's see. So as you know, I was looking through PowerPoint a little bit earlier. I don't know if you want to start by we can go through the different parts of it and talk things out, or if you have something else you want to start with.
So I've got a general itinerary for the session. I think for the first hour, if we can actually expand out for that time, is to just talk mentality, talk about how I'm thinking about the game, ways to improve that, your perspective on certain areas of the game. I have the distilled PowerPoint presentation of just 10 slides. We'll start with those because those were what I deemed the most important to get to. And if we run through all of that and it's still under time, we can go back to the bigger 30 slide presentation. Then
works for me.
I've got a set from Mate, and then 2 sets from Kalvar Cup to review after that. We can go as like zoomed out or as granular as you want on those. And then I think for the last part of it, it will be best of 5s or best of 3s into immediate analysis, and then another another set. So like
that works for me. If that's how you want to go
talk about
for
improvements, run it back. Talk about improvements, run it back, and then maybe do that for a few different characters.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can play like basically all of the hydras, at least at a level where like we'll be able to get information out of it.
Yeah. Can you play Peach though?
I mean, a trained monkey could play Peach.
I hate Peach so much. I don't want to learn.
Hey, the only thing that can really help as far as hating playing Peach is to go into the game with the idea of making the Peach hated even more.
I've heard that from Ian, that he despises Falco and everything that Falco stands for.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm being a little, we're exaggerating a wee bit, but that can help a lot. Like, if, especially, I know on some parts of the slide, you'd mentioned that, like, you don't like to do things that you either do or used to perceive as, like, lame.
Yeah, I've been pushing really strongly against that mental block this year. Like, for the last couple of months, I've literally just been grinding lasers and just shooting triple the amount of lasers that I normally would, because I used to think, like, well, I'm sick. I'm goated with the sauce. I don't shoot lasers. Like,
oh no, I've been grabbed. Yeah. While we're on the subject of your lasers, when you're using them, do you find that you are basically always moving with them, or do you ever just do like short hop laser in place?
I just had a conversation with Artie about this, about like, kind of separating out lasers into different purposes. And I'm not there yet, but I want to have purpose behind every laser I shoot, right? There's the new age fiction double laser that he made that whole video about like the 2 standing rapid fire lasers from like mid range that are like almost entirely safe and can be used to gain data. Like, I want to start doing those more, but I definitely have a habit of doing approaching laser, retreating laser, approaching laser, retreating laser, if I'm trying to just like bait out options and gain information rather than just do a laser in place.
Okay, so when it comes to how you want to choose your lasers, this is what I know. This isn't exactly how we were going to start originally, but it's good to bring up while we're on it. You need to be thinking about like try to put a lot of focus on stage positioning when you're going for the lasers. Like, if you're like in the corner, obviously you can't like be retreating, right? But if just because you're in center stage and maybe they're in the right corner, you're in center stage, and you're like, well, I have all this room behind me, I can just retreating laser. There's really no reason to. All you do is let them get out of the corner and give up your stage control. And likewise, even if they're in the corner, if you're just kind of like approaching laser because I have to hit the gun button, right?
Yep.
That can obviously go pretty fast. Like, a lot of times when you just want them to do an option, if you're in the proper range where you're not going to get like, take laser grabbed or something immediately after hitting them, like, you can just do them in place, force them to do options. You're getting chip damage. They're like, the pressure is on them until they've like given you a reason to not do that, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the I feel like that's probably one of the number one biggest mistakes that a lot of Falco players make, is they just feel like they have to move with the lasers, which is also how you get the bad side Bs and kill yourself.
Yeah.
Which we don't want.
There's a whole slide dedicated to that, if you hadn't seen that one yet.
Yeah, I may have noticed that one.
In WAS, I'm the guy that SDs a lot. Like, it sucks, and I need to work on doing that less. Because I swear to God, it's over for these bitches if I kill myself 0 times instead of 1 to 2 times.
What are the ways that you tend to kill yourself? Is it mostly side B when you want a laser, or is there like
side Bs on like reverse or approaching lasers, and then I think another one is like when I'm really next to stage edge, getting that like super crispy, shallow wave dash to ledge, I'll just be like 1 or 2 frames off on the timing, and I'll just air dodge off stage.
Oh, an easy way to fix that one is just like do a tiny dash forward before you do the wave dash back. Usually you'll already have enough time, so just makes the execution like a million times easier. Another thing you can do if you like, let's say you're like running all the way off stage from like a far distance away and you're like into a mid dash. Obviously you have like drop zone, shine turn around up B to snap to ledge, and like run off side B snap. Another one that you can do that's pretty easy is out of a full sprint you can start a crouch. And then...
I do shine turn around waveland to ledge.
Oh yeah, that's a way better version of it that Falco can do.
Yep, I've ground that one out. That's like my most common way to get to ledge, but sometimes I'll miss the turnaround, or like I've been noticing sometimes I'll just get stuck in shine. I'll just do like 2 turnarounds in place and look like an absolute fool.
Yeah, that's never fun when that happens, but that is at least not killing yourself. I find
still alive.
Usually, if at the end of the day though, if you have enough time to like just take the ledge, you should probably, like, if there's no reason to do one of the harder, faster ones, you can just take your time and do the easy one, and it really isn't a big deal. Like, because I'll half the time when I'll see people try to like take ledge in some fast fancy way when I'm like way off in the blast zone, and then they just kill themselves, and it's like you could have just grabbed ledge. You're gonna have to up B stall like 3 times anyways. Like sometimes you just like really making the execution as easy as possible is like there's nothing wrong with that. It's a good decision. But yeah. Do you want to jump into the slides?
Sure. So this is like, I've been struggling with this first slide for the longest time. This transcends Melee. This is just, I have always had a problem with losing in competition. And for the last couple of weeks, like I've been doing well on like trying to focus on the fun of the game, focus on like implementing new things rather than just try and go for the W. But like sometimes it feels like this music could be turned down a little bit. Give me a second. Sometimes it just feels like it's this tug of war between having fun and winning. And I can lose, but losing constantly, like a 100% loss rate in a friendly session, I'm kind of likely to just get up and go to a different setup. Like even in the case where it could be like, Pluck, it could be Leffen, it could be Zane, it could be one of the best players in the entire game. I'm gonna get my fill of having my ass beat. I'm not sure. I don't see that like intrinsic value of just like losing and over and over and over again. And I think that's, there was another slide here. And it's like when I do get on one of these losing streaks, especially against my friends, like, and I've got garbage mentality against like, because I'm sure you're aware, 22K likes to play the random button. He decides.
He sure does.
I'm figuring out Pichu today, and I'm like, your Pichu's beating me, and this does not make me feel the good.
When I have to seat him in a Kalvar Cup, I might as well just spin a wheel, honestly.
And it's just like, there's a part of me that's just like bitter and angry that says I don't deserve to lose to this like piece of shit secondary. And it's not just relegated exclusively to 22K. It's like plenty of other people, like, especially in the case of the Ditto, right? Like I'll just be playing like against Ian or against somebody else, and then they switch to Falco, and I get demolished in the Ditto, and I'm like, oh, that's real great for me. That's a real indicator of where I'm at, is that I can just get dumpstered by people's secondaries. Meanwhile, I have a secondary Falcon, and my Falcon is nowhere near, like, anywhere to a competent level that my bird is at. Like, my Falcon's losing to just about everybody in my Discord.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's easier said than done to, like, not get, like, the results like conflated with how you're playing and comparing your own play to your opponent. Like everybody says that, but it's a lot harder to actually internalize that than to just think it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will first off say, like how you were saying, like you'll get your ass beat like 15 times in a row, and then you just get up and leave the setup. That's fine. Like if you're tilted and you don't want to play at that moment, it is totally fine to just take a minute or
Yeah.
do something else. Like there's nothing wrong with that. I would even like honestly, it's probably a good thing to more so than not. Like if you're not playing good because you're mad at yourself and you're beating yourself up, you're gonna start hating the game more, and that's gonna make you want to practice the game less, and that just kind of cascades into worse and worse in the long term.
Yeah.
Like, so what you should be trying to do for the most part in friendlies, uh, winning is good, but we want to be like if you're trying to make the most out of all the time you're spending playing people, you should be trying to set like specific goals of, you know, maybe it's like try to, hit this combo that I've been working on. It could be like really anything. It could be like,
Yeah.
maybe there's some tool in neutral that you're not entirely sure where to use. You can just be like, I'm going to spam this option, get my ass kicked, see where it works, see where it doesn't.
Right. And I was thinking that as well. Like, when I try to win friendlies, like, I will try out new stuff, but maybe I'll try it out 10 times across the friendly session, and it won't work once. Whereas if I hyper focus on learning that, I'll try it out 500 times, and it might only work 10 times. But those 10 times that it does work is information that I'm getting that I don't get when I'm trying to win.
You are also getting information when it doesn't work,
Mm.
which is like one of the most underrated things. Like people, like
So how do I
what's an
take that negative reinforcement? Because I've had this problem where I'll try out an option and it doesn't work, and it doesn't work like 3 times in a row. So I just tell myself, well, stop doing it.
I mean, so first off, we have to look at it from like, what is the goal of that play session? Like, if you're in a bracket set that you really, really, really want to win for whatever reason, like, maybe maybe in a set like that, maybe you just stick with the stuff and try to play the best that you normally do. But when it comes to a friendly session, like, what's an example of a tech like that for you lately?
I am trying to practice backflip 0-angle wave dashes.
Mhm.
So, like, for Falco, he does a backflip short hop, and then I think it's like frame 32, you can get a full cardinal wave dash on the ground, which is like, I think it's a disgusting movement option that I don't really see other birds doing, and I want to use it a lot more. But it's like, it's frame perfect. If I do the wave dash on frame 31, it is a just air dodge in the air, and if I go frame 33, I mean great.
You're just shielding or rolling at
Right.
that point. Okay, so that one in particular might be one of those ones that's a little impractical. That's not to say you can never do it, but like,
Yeah.
let's see. An example that might come up more is like, let's say you're trying to learn how to do slide off GI, right?
Yeah.
So you're just trying it every single time around the platform. You don't know the percent ranges. You're like, it's not working, and then you're like, well, what percent was I doing it when it wasn't working? Okay, it doesn't work at 70. It doesn't work at 60. Like that's the type of information we want to be looking for as for like when something doesn't work. Like another example could be, say, let's say you're playing Falco Marth, you're trying to like get crouch cancel punishes on Marth there, right? And you're trying to do like a CC down tilt or something.
Mm-hmm.
You run in, you crouch, you down tilt. It's not in range. You're like, okay, so they spaced it well and had a tipper, so it doesn't work when that happens. So if they space it well, what can I do instead? Maybe I can dash back. Maybe I can do a retreating laser. And then you can try it again. You see that they hit the weak hit and you get the follow up, and it's like, okay, that's good. You do it a third time, you get that same spacing, do the down tilt, they shield it. It's like, okay, so now I know that this is another way that this situation can play out even when it starts off the way I want. So what can I do if I anticipate the shield? I can grab, I can start some shield pressure, all of the information you're getting, let me first just say, Melee has too many things to learn.
Yes.
Like, it is absurd. every little bit of information does add up in the long term. Like, if it's, think of it like, I tend to say that improving in Melee is improving at a million little things.
Yeah.
Like, if in one game, this one little thing you learned got you one opening or kept you alive for one neutral interaction longer or something, that can very easily be enough to snowball into a game win, which can snowball into a set win, and so on and so forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know if we are quite addressing the root causes of the frustration that you're getting when you're in these, like, when you're in like a setup like this where you might not be taking the games you want to take.
One of the things is there's kind of a shift in mentality that I need to try to stop, where I can tell myself, like, play these friendlies for fun, play them to learn, lab out this certain thing, and then I'll be like 2 or 3 stocks up, and then there's a part of my brain that's like, yo, you can take this one. And that impulse is so much stronger when I play people that are better than me, right? Better that I perceive someone to be over me, the more that I want to be able to say, like, yeah, I got one win on them during the session, right? Like, I give it like as a phrase, like, I could die happy, knowing I took one game, right? And there have been situations where that impulse shifts and then I lose that game, and that is emotional damage, right?
Definitely.
To kind of like put yourself into it and then lose and then start to do that multiple times. It's like, I don't know, I don't have the energy to just keep putting myself on the line there, even if it is for just one game out of every 10. At some point it's just gonna be like, I just don't care. And there have been a couple of Melee streams that I thought were garbage because I just didn't even care if I won or lost. I didn't care about learning or doing anything. It was the definition of just spinning my wheels for the sake of it, and I want to be able to avoid that.
So for that first point with the oh, I'm gonna win this game, that is something that comes up in so many players' heads, and you've probably heard a million times. As soon as you think that, you've lost the game, right? That's kind of, it's sort of an intrusive thought that to a certain extent you can't just flat out prevent from occurring in your head. But what you can do is, you know that thought does come sometimes. Whenever that thought occurs, just literally completely ignore it. Like, a little easier said than done, but just like dismiss it as if it was like the stupidest person just said that to you in the middle of the game. You're like, dude, shut up. This is fine. Like, it's a normal game. You want to stick to your game plan that has been working. Play it out as you normally would without that thought. Any game can swing, as you know, whether you're in the lead or behind. It seems like so simple that it almost wouldn't work, but I have just, every time lately that thought occurs to me, I just say the game's not over, and I just completely do my best to ignore the thought. So the game's not over. Keep playing as you would.
Okay.
Now, as for how do I get back on my feet after a seemingly unjust loss? So is this more? I'm assuming this one's more referring to in the middle of bracket.
Either bracket or just like, sometimes I'll be taking friendlies way more seriously than I should, and there'll be an SD. I guess especially in the case of brackets, like I'll SD, I'll lose that one stock, and then like that just kind of ruins the economy for the rest of the game, and then that mentality snowballs for the rest of the set. I actually have one of the sets to analyze tonight. It was against Dad's Akimbo yesterday, and like I don't want to review any mechanical issues, any execution with the game. I want to analyze the entire set from a mentality perspective, because I think mentality is what lost me the set. Is like I took game 1 decidedly and then got 3-0 swept unanswered. So something changed, and I couldn't even identify it. I walked away from that set bewildered, which is one of the reasons why it was so frustrating. Is like, that's even another slide here, is like, there are just some situations where I literally don't know what's going on and I can't figure out the answers. And in them, like, you'll maybe eventually get the answers when you review the VODs or when you think about it after the fact, but in the moment, it's just, so shitty to not know what's going wrong and not know how to correct it.
Definitely. When you do like lose a game because of an SD, what is the thought going through your head more or less?
Fuck.
Okay.
Sometimes. About sums it up.
I'm assuming that's kind of like you're like fuck, and then maybe you start like more so getting mad at yourself about it, right?
I guess that, and then there's also like an aspect of like, okay, now I have to try even harder for these next stocks, right? That like there's a mentality shift, not to continue my current game plan, but to now do even more, to execute harder, to accomplish, to reach even higher. And I think I might even be like burning myself out or like overreaching in those situations.
I Something that Bonfire told me one time, is that she'll just be like, "Oh, they got lucky. That doesn't count," and then just stop thinking about it right after that. Which is, a lot of these like little mental tricks can seem like reductive, but they do have a lot more power in the moment than they really sound like they should.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, let's say let's say it's a last stock game. You're at like 0, they're at 150, and you miss a ledge dash. Like, the set counts 1-0 for them, but you're like, oh, I won that game. I'll just do that again and not kill myself. And it's as simple as that. Like, I, a lot of the problems are as, like, a lot of these problems sound like they're as simple as just like, or they're simpler than you may be making it out to be,
Right.
rather.
There was
Where
even a
you,
slide on my original presentation is like oftentimes the best answers seem like the dumbest ones. And there's like almost a frustration that goes with that. That's like, yeah, I
it's like
know.
an unsatisfying answer.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Yes.
But, honestly, that's kind of life. A lot of things just are not satisfying.
Shit.
Like, not everything can be a new One Piece chapter.
Oh no, you're one of them.
I'm one of them.
Oh, my condolences.
No, my condolences to you for not being one of them.
It's just but dogs barking on the other side of a fence, and then the fence goes down. They're like, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you, Tony."
But don't we like dogs?
We do like dogs.
Yeah.
I'm a cat person, so
Fine. We we can still be friends. Don't worry.
we can still be friends.
Yeah.
Might need a little extra effort now, but
we'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I was saying, sometimes solutions are just gonna be as unsatisfying as like you kill yourself. You're like, oh, whatever, that literally doesn't matter because I'm better and I'll just keep playing good.
Yeah.
Or they got lucky. Or maybe it's, and for kills, sometimes the answer is as simple as I will grab the ledge and then I will roll from the ledge.
Press the R button.
Exactly. Like, we all want to be flashy, but there's a time and a place,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Now, as for giving up in the middle of a set, right, or even in the middle of a game, just because you gave up doesn't mean you can stop giving up. Does that make sense? Like,
What?
yeah, I'll give you an example from like way back at like not a couple pounds ago. I don't remember the exact one. All right, I was up against Gatsu, and I'm getting tooled on. It's not close, and I think I'm down like 2 stocks to 4 game 3 in a best of 5 where I'm down 0-2, and I literally I just stopped caring. Like, like my friend Jason Narkudo was watching that set, and I was even talking with him after, right? So I'm just like going through the mode. I'm just dash dance, F smash, whatever. And in the middle of that, I'm like, fuck this. Why am I not just trying to beat his ass? And then I just tried to beat his ass instead. And I did still lose that game, but I brought it to last stock, and it's like, doesn't have the satisfying solution of, and then I won the set reverse 3-0.
Yeah.
But like, it is such a it can be such a clear difference in gameplay just from like moment to moment. Like, I remember I was talking to Jason about it, and I was like, "Yeah, I just kind of gave up in the middle of the set," but then I decided I didn't want to give up anymore, and he was like, "Yeah, I kind of noticed when you went from being good to bad to good." Like, and maybe we can't always bring ourselves out of that mentality
I
when
feel like I would
that
need
kind
to
of stuff happens.
I would need to like springboard off of something. I would need like an opening or a stock. Like I've definitely had that like, oh shit, I can do this. But like that specific situation where like you basically hoist yourself out. You don't like there's no
Mhm.
interaction where it happens where you just make the decision like, "No, fuck this. I'm
Yeah,
sick. I can do it." Like
yeah, and it doesn't even have to be. You don't even have to have the thought of I can still win this game. Don't even care about who wins the game at that point, especially if you're already like mentally defeating yourself. Just focus on that stock. Like break it down into smaller chunks that are a lot easier to deal with. Um, let's see. There, this is going to be a bit of a long-winded explanation, so for apologies in advance.
I like
Um,
long-winded.
okay, cool. Um, have you ever heard? There's a manga called Hajime no Ippo. It's that boxing one
Yep.
you may have heard of.
Yep.
So there's this one fight. This is probably my favorite fight in that whole series, where Ippo's getting tooled on by this guy. He can't get a hit. He's just too fast. He's getting just blasted for like 5 rounds straight. And his coach and he's like, dude, I don't know what to do. And his coach is like, all right, this round, hit him once. That's all I want you to do. And he's like, all right, I'll do my best. He's getting his ass beat. He manages to trade one punch for a punch. He's like, yeah, I hit him. He's like, yeah, good shit. All right, now this round, hit him twice. He's like, all right. And, he just keeps doing that. The damage piles up, slows him down enough that he can just, punch him real good. That's the long and short of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a surprisingly powerful like mindset to approach the game with.
Yeah.
This one has a satisfying ending. Okay, so
And in the manga, I'm shocked.
oh yeah, I meant where I'm about to go with this.
Oh,
There was
okay.
uh, not I think like 2 Genesises ago. I was playing this Puff player. Game one, I'm like about to beat him. I got rested like twice. I'm like, all right, whatever. Go to Yoshi's, instantly get rested. Mess up a punish, get rested again. Get back, throw back air. They grab ledge. I up be on stage. I get rested again. I'm literally down one stock to 4 and down a game in a best of 3. And I'm literally just thinking, like, I should just fucking get up off the setup right now.
Yeah.
And I actually like just read that fight, and I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm just gonna hit him once. So I'm just dash dancing. I have no concern for anything except for not getting hit and hitting him once. I didn't care how long it takes. I get my hits. I convert off of him here and there, and all of a sudden it's last stock, and he's dead, and it's mental boom, and the next game's free. Like, just for not you don't have to think of each interaction in the game as, am I gonna win this game? Am I gonna win this set? Literally, if you take it one interaction at a time, whether or not you're winning the game, honestly, first off, I feel like even if I lose after that, it's still more satisfying because, like, if, let's say I'm playing better because of that and I'm actually winning interactions and at the very least showing that I know how to push the buttons on the controller, at least semi good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes brings you to a comeback. Sometimes it doesn't, but maybe, you can still be happy that you were resilient enough to, attempt and bring the game back at least somewhat, whether or not you got the desired result.
Mm.
I don't want to harp too much on this because I feel like I've said the same thing 2 or 3 times a little bit at this
No,
point.
it
But
was. I guess I haven't really thought about it like getting down to be like super granular. I definitely still think about it like, well, this game's fucked. Well,
yeah,
I guess I just got to piddle away 2 stocks until I get to try again.
yeah, that's obviously pretty self-defeating, right?
Yeah.
But like, let's say this is game one of a best of 3 or a best of 5 or whatever, and you're down bad, you're down horrendous, maybe even, right? And like, even if the game is doomed, you can just keep like this kind of stuff we were just talking about in mind. And by the end of the game, even if you've lost it, maybe you've figured something out about, maybe a certain weakness that they have, something that's a little exploitable. Or maybe you just brought it close enough that even though you lost, you like, maybe you almost reverse four stocked them. And even though you lost the game, you have like all the momentum now and you're feeling confident and they're feeling shook. Like that does add up. It's not like Melee isn't just, the game doesn't sell the whole story, basically, right?
Right.
E- Even if it just winds up being a little mental edge or one or two tools that you found some holes in the gameplay with, it really can just go such a long way. But yeah. Let's see this one.
Yeah. So this is one. There's like you've undoubtedly seen the rise of barbecue, our new golden child, and like he's definitely lit a fire under all of our asses. But he also makes us feel like a bunch of jabronis who's like barely doing anything, right? And especially in my case, like I studied game design in school. I love just playing video games. As much as I love Melee, I'm always going to be playing other video games. And there's a rotten voice in my head that's saying, well, you were just over here playing a game of Valorant when you could have been in the lab, you could have been reviewing a VOD, you could have been watching like some top player set, right? Like there's always more that I can be doing. And it's kind of a, at least in my case for some points during the year, it's been a struggle to just feel content with what I am doing, right? To feel happy with the progress that I'm making or the time that I'm putting in. Like, am I actually practicing this game, or am I just spending all of my hours shaking the rust off after a few days away? And that's kind of just like feeling sufficient in things. But then like when it comes to comparatives, I already touched upon it earlier, like my main, I've been playing Falco for 6 years, and then somebody's saying like, yeah, I've always wanted to learn Falco, and they just do like up tilt F smash on like center stage and get me with the grossest DI from like a day 2 mix up, and I feel like a just absolute scrub lord, right? And then I think the hardest one out of this is like, there's a part of me that's always wanted to get to top 100, and now like I'm finally in a spot where I feel like I'm ready to start really making that push. I just got a new job, which gives me an assload of extra money to deal with. Now, obviously, it's saving for a house and a car and other important life shit for sure, but I think I want to do top player lessons on a monthly basis. I want this to be a very recurring thing. And like as somebody who won't dedicate 100% of their time to Melee, I think that's something that's going to be a mitigating factor. But there's been a frustration. Like I've always wanted to be able to take a set off of 22K or Ian or JEC or some of these other guys in the Discord. And for all the time, all the years that we've put into Melee, they're still seated higher than me, and if not literally the same gap in seating, right? It's literally they're like 2 seeds above me in the bracket, 3 seeds above me, and that doesn't shift, that doesn't change, and that's been something that I've been bashing my head against.
So the hardest thing about improving in Melee is it's not just enough to improve, but if you want the results to improve, you have to improve faster than the other people.
Yeah.
Which not easy, but let's take this one part at a time, right?
This one was like kind of a few slides that I put together.
Yeah. So like you were saying, how you're like feeling like there's why am I playing this game of Valorant? I could be putting more time in Melee and this and that. It's like I don't think it is realistic for someone to just dedicate 100% of their free time to really any competitive endeavor. It's just not. It's not realistic. I don't think it's sustainable unless you're like a freak of nature or something. But let me ask you, what is your, let's say over the course of a week, what does the amount of time you put into Melee look like?
Recently it's been like probably 15 to 20 hours, maybe in a
How is
week.
that split up among the week though?
So at the at bare minimum, I do a 4-hour melee stream every Monday on this channel.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And then it's like friendlies on the weekends, or just like, random, spur of the moment weeknights of like, I don't want to play this game, I'll just play some melee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Sure.
but now it's probably going to be, more time with Kalvar Cup, more time just spending like
Of
practicing
course.
leading up to that. Um, Different things like that, and just more friendlies in general. I think the Discord, that or 22K's Discord, has been getting a lot more active with people pinging for matches, and I've just
That's
kind of
good.
been
That's
using
good.
that as a springboard.
Got you. So I think one of the single biggest things you can do to get more out of your practice time is like, you could even be doing less hours total per week,
Mm-hmm.
but there should the single best thing you can do is do at least a little bit every single day. And that could be as much that could be even just like 15-20 minutes, right? Like, but it really goes, like, I cannot understate how, or I cannot overstate how much it matters. Like, maybe, you got home from a rough day at work or whatever other thing, you're tired, you don't even want to look at the game, but you could even just already have like your Wii on with the TV off, press it so it's as easy as possible to get started,
Mm-hmm.
right? You spend that 20 minutes, maybe you have some, even if you don't have anything specific in mind to practice, you can just practice combos with a random DI on CPUs. And just by doing that little bit of time, first off, your overall consistency is getting better because, like you said before, you don't have to shake off rust from a few days away from the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is, that's already one of the most important things, you are, especially if that is your default, your punish game is just objectively going to get better.
Yeah.
Like with its and there's going to be days where like you do that like 15, 20, 30 minutes minimum, whatever you set it as, and you're like, I maybe the whole time you're like, I do not want to be doing this, and as soon as that time is done, you stop, and that's fine. You did your bare minimum. That means that the most important thing about the bare minimum, aside from the consistency, in terms of like performance later, is that the next day it's going to be a lot easier to do it again because you're doing it every single day, right? So uh where was I got a little lost in
Bare
my train of
minimum,
thought there.
even if you hate it, practice it a
Yeah,
little
and
bit every day.
yeah. And then there's going to be days where like you do that bare minimum and you're like, I'm feeling it, I want to keep going, and sure, keep going. You don't have to, but you can because you want to, and you'll learn more stuff. And maybe, and even if like, maybe you're staying with family or something and you don't even have a way to like play melee, you just look at a match on your phone and do a little analysis, like just a bare minimum of something, it will take you so much farther than any like once a week 4 hours here and there thing, right?
Mm.
That's not to say you can't also like, still be doing the parts of it that you are doing with the like 4 hour session Monday and friendlies on the weekends or whatever. But
Yeah.
having that bare minimum is, I'm drilling it into your head as much as I can. It is super important. Make it as easy as possible to start as well. Like whether that's
Yeah.
because, maybe you have your computer auto boot up Dolphin when you turn it on. Maybe you do the thing where you just leave your Wii on at all times, turn the TV on when it's time to play. But yeah. Um you can have a schedule as, in depth as or as not in depth as you want for how you want to practice on each day. Like when I was the fastest rate of improvement that I've ever had was when I would do as my bare minimum, I'd always leave my Wii on with 20XX with random behind teching. I would set it to time matches of 3 minutes, infinite stocks, random behind teching, take each of the high tiers, beat them up for that long. And if I didn't want to do more, I wouldn't. And if I did, I would. And then I was like a month or two later, I'm like, oh wait, I am now like RTC zero to deathing claps who I thought I would literally never have even a small chance of beating. And shit, like it just works. it just works. If there is one thing you take from this entire coaching session, it should be that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess kind of segues into this one, where like it's getting better now, but like earlier in the year, I legitimately felt like shit every day. Just like I didn't even have the energy to sign up for Kalvar Cups, despite the fact that it's free. I don't have to go anywhere. It's right there.
You have to open Google Chrome and go to Smash GG of all websites.
Start.gg.
I'll never call it that. I'm not going to let them gentrify that website.
So it's like, in those situations, like even when you said, like, you know, for practicing every day, when it's the last thing on your mind, like, is it worth doing? Like, you know, I guess in the perspective of practicing, yes, it's worth doing every single time. But like in the case of a net play tournament or something, like, is it even worth going out there when you know you're gonna just play like shit? Like, is it really truly working on your bottom line, or are you just kind of burning the candle from both ends?
Like, you know, there's gonna be days where maybe you don't want to do that tournament, but you still should at least do that, you know, that bare minimum 20-30 minutes that we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but even if you're feeling kind of bad, you don't think you're gonna play good, honestly, you still should. Um, like, or rather, not that you still should, but that it is still valuable practice.
Mm.
There are, like, I've gone to a lot of majors, and I've gone to a lot of majors and gotten a half hour of sleep and felt like dog shit the whole time. And I
Oh.
still gotta do my best and not in bracket. Like, that is something that will happen at important tournaments. Like, you know, the more you do that, the more you're like, all right, so what's an example? Oh yeah, so for some fucking reason that is beyond me, I am so much worse at chain grabbing spacies than I am at tech chasing them. Like, it's just true. Like, if I'm playing good, I can do both fine. If
Yeah.
I'm playing bad, like, I'm getting shine out of those up throws if they know how to do the no DI slight DI mix up thing.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. So, you know, at those low percents, instead of trying to do the harder but objectively better chain grab, I will do up throw, early up tilt, and try to tech chase off the knockdown. And if it works, I got him at like 20%. And if it doesn't, it's like back to neutral. Whereas if I tried to do the chain grab thing, if it works, okay, I got them from 0% to 3%, and I got to do it again. And if it doesn't, I got shined. If it's Falco, I'm getting comboed. If it's Fox, maybe I'm getting gimped. Who fucking knows? Um, so basically, you can use those times to figure out what are my easier though less powerful in quotes choices that I can make to make life easier when I'm not playing at my best. What um am I going to be better off if I try to slow the game down as much as possible? Am I better off if I just go all in at once and try to use, you know, maybe I don't have a lot of energy, so I try to make the games as short as possible? Or maybe because I'm low energy, I'm better off dragging it out and making it more of a slow burn. Like, those are the kind of questions that you're not really going to know the answer to until you've been in those spots a few times and like tried different ways of approaching it, if that makes sense.
Mm.
And you
Okay.
know, even on days where it feels like you feel like you're playing hot, you know, maybe you sit down on this one setup and for some reason now you're just randomly not. It happens. It shouldn't happen, but it sure happens.
Yep.
And it is, you want to have at least some semblance of a backup plan in these types of situations. But yeah.
Okay.
But
I
yeah.
think. Was there anything else?
Oh, I was gonna say, and yeah, like as far as do I enter this netplay tournament or do I just want to do my bare minimum 20? As long as you're doing something, it's fine. You know, some days you're going to be able to, you know, push yourself to do the longer, harder thing, and some days you're not, and that's fine. If you're just, once again, the bare minimum, it'll add up over time. It just will.
Yeah. So I think for the remainder, these are more just like, you know, what's your perspective on these things?
Mm-hmm.
Um, First is autopilot. I feel like it's impossible at least in my current perspective, it seems totally impossible to be cognizant and present for every second of a melee match. Like, you have to rely on like muscle memory and instinct for some of these parts, but
Mm.
a lot of the times, especially when I watch my VODs back, it's the most garbage high dares on shield that
Mhm.
I've ever imagined in my life. And like, even if I put a brain cell of effort into it, I would have done it just like a delay. I would have done a slight dash back to delay the timing of it. But there it is, just throwing that shit out, hoping that it works, rather than
Mhm.
understanding that it is a good option in that situation.
Mhm.
And that's something I'm still bashing my head against, is like stopping myself from hoping that things will work.
Mhm. So the way that you've worded this has me thinking that you kind of don't have a 100% clear distinction of the difference between like autopilot and like being more in like flow state. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because as to a certain extent, they do seem a little similar.
Hmm.
Where autopilot is more like you're pressing buttons, your head's not even there. In flow state, I feel like it's more of you're not actively making every single decision in this game. I tend to think of it as like, you know, I am playing the game with my subconscious and coaching my subconsciousness with my consciousness, if that
Mm-hmm.
makes sense.
I have read the inner game of tennis. I do get it.
Nice. I actually haven't, but
I've only
somebody who
read
read the inner
half
game
of
of
it
tennis probably
3
told me that.
times, so I'm a
Mhm.
gigantic poser. But
Nice.
I can
Well,
I can do like the 2 talking points that everybody mentions.
let me get you a link for something real quick, actually.
Oh, I love this.
Um, So I remember a super long time ago, Toph had DM'd me something that was like, the inner game of tennis if it wasn't long.
Yeah.
Where is it? Let's see. It's a series of 3 letters sent by a Zen master in the 1500s to a friend of his who's a sword master slash samurai teacher guy explaining Zen concepts, etc., etc. He says it's actually inner game of tennis except swords instead of tennis and 1500 instead of modern. And also, it is a lot shorter.
Hmm.
And if you want, I have another even more digestible one. All right, verified accounts only. I'll just Discord it to you. And this, I have a video that every now and then, even like I go back and watch it because it's just that valuable. I want to have it saved somewhere on YouTube. Required viewing fighting games. Not that one. This is a video called Spontaneity in Fighting Games. Um, Really, you should just watch it. I
Yeah.
won't get too in depth on that. There's another video I have in this playlist that may also be quite useful.
Anything and
Which is
everything.
how not to lose to weaker players. I find this one is what was it? Is it Daigo? No. Some basically talking about how to raise consistency against lower level players, coming down to things like, not giving them respect that they haven't proven that they've earned for certain options. Or like, if you're playing a fighting game like, Street Fighter, maybe even more, maybe a better one would be Guilty Gear Strive, where everybody dies in 2 hits.
Yep.
If you're giving them respect about something that you shouldn't be, that can be enough to give them the game. An example of it that applies to Melee, that has come up for me a lot is like, how nowadays it's kind of like everybody slide off DIs. Back in the like 2019-ish time, it was at the point where like maybe like every other spacey did, right?
Yeah.
And so I would be assuming every spacey would just do slide off DI if I like did up throw and then try to up air them onto a platform. So I would instead be trying to hard cover certain options in ways where I can't just be slide off DI. And there were a lot of sets, especially at locals, where I would just, I I was just losing and I wasn't punishing hard enough and they were hitting hard. And then one day, I don't know, I was fighting like Project in a bracket and it was looking a little rough. And I was like, I don't know what he's gonna do. I'm just gonna up throw up air. And he doesn't slide FDI, even though he's at like 20%. I'm like, okay. And then I just keep doing it and he just doesn't slide FDI. I'm like, oh, he just cannot do this. If I just do the free up throw up air, all of a sudden, instead of this tight, close, sweaty battle, I grab them on any stage and it's easier than FD. Like it if you so basically to wrap that up, if you give them uh the benefit of the doubt for things that they haven't proven to you that you should, you are going to make the game much, 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 much harder on yourself. Like an example that might be more in line for Falco is, you know, I'm always saying how Falco's throws suck because, down throw, all you get is one read on a tech option. Back throw is just hoping that they DI like shit and don't SGI the lasers. F throw is like, you can throw them off stage, it's all right. Up
Yep.
throw is hope they don't SGI the lasers. But, if you're playing somebody and you up throw them and they're not SGIing the lasers, you have a pretty good follow up,
Yeah.
right? And so if you do that and they don't SGI it, and then you do it again and they're still not SGIing it, all of a sudden Falco actually has a good grab and a good throw, and you don't have to do like crazy hard shield pressure. You can just do like shine grab up throw and then do like back air into whatever you want and just beat them up that way.
Mm.
Like, and that's something that will probably be pretty dang helpful for you. Like, you know, obviously, maybe that one particular example isn't the one that's going to make you win a set versus whoever, but it also might be. And, maybe it's, they're not doing, maybe they don't know how to DI the down throw or the down air back air from ledge mix up when a Sheik lands on the stage and they're always holding in, so you always can get double down air. Could be anything like that. That just makes the game so much easier. That's the kind of thing you want to be looking for. That's the kind of thing that comes up for specific opponents rather than matchup plans as a whole. If that makes
Right.
sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. How do I break out of this mindset? Oh, while we're
Like
on the
for
subject.
example,
Oh,
I almost didn't even think or don't think that this one game is worth reviewing. Game one against 33 Toes at Kalvar Cup yesterday, I got 4-stocked.
mm-hmm.
And like I feel like that is like wholly a principle of this, that I just did garbage approach options and got edge guarded 4 times. And like I did a lot better in game 2, but it took until game 2 for me to start making some better, more meaningful decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Which like that's the kind of like crux that I'm at, is like being able to recognize that I'm just playing like a jabroni inside of a game even after like a single stock, right? And being
Mm-hmm.
able to make corrections.
So one thing, this one is going to be, I just want to say it while I'm still in my mind. This one's a little more towards the mental than the technical side of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know how it feels when you're playing like really fucking good,
Mm-hmm.
like the feeling in your gut. You can basically, this is a trick Razin taught me, and Razin's a genius, so it's good. Um, basically, you can just imagine that feeling and kind of force it out of you, knowing that it is fake, but you just force it. Like for me, it's like a little bit of tenseness in the gut, uh, kind of. It's hard to describe the exact feeling, but I'm sure you know what that feeling is for you, at
Yeah.
least. You can just force yourself to imagine it. You'll know it's fake, but if you just keep forcing it as you're playing the game, eventually you just kind of forget that you were forcing it, and oh, now I just feel like I'm playing good. I'm gonna play good because of that. And that it can be done at the start of a game, in the middle of a game, really whenever, as a way to, whether it's to bring yourself back or to start off on your right foot. But yeah, and yeah, you're gonna get brought out of it sometimes, and then you just fucking do it again. Yeah. As for choosing the good option versus the bad options, sometimes it can be hard to not just hit the forward button and then get CC grabbed by whoever, right?
Yep.
Um, but let's see. So when you die in a game of Melee, what is the first thing you do when you respawn?
Um, I usually just get up in their face.
hmm So that's fine. That's all well and good. But especially if you're like kind of playing bad, a little tilted, running it down a little bit, you have like 5 seconds on the respawn platform to just fucking chill.
Right.
And if you are making some bad decisions up in the close quarters, just sit there and breathe for a second and chill. And maybe you think, or maybe you're literally just focused on calming down and not even thinking at all. Either way, like that is a good use of that resource that you have. A similar thing that I tell a lot of people is, let's say you're in a similar position, let's say, except instead of you die and just respawn, you're on the ledge, right? Now, you know, maybe our Unga Bunga brain wants to just run it down right away, ledge dash, throw out an aerial, but, you know, sometimes you just refresh for a minute and it's fine. And maybe while you're refreshing, they do something stupid by the ledge and you take a free punish. Or maybe they're just waiting it out and you're just chilling and calming down a little bit. And
I've been noticing that
super
myself.
good.
Like I've been starting to just do ledge refreshes a lot, and like I hated that fighting Sheik. Like when I was, a baby Falco, Sheik could just Shino stall and Sammy stall and do everything
Yeah.
that she ever damn well pleased by the ledge, and I'm just here like, can you play the game, please? I wanna. Can you come over here? And then they're like, no. And then I'm like, fine, well, I'll go over there. And they're like,
And then you're
God,
dead.
stupid.
Yes. Hang on, once you get the giant. But yeah, it's like Melee's an 8-minute game. We have a ledge grab limit. That only matters if it goes to time. You're
Only
playing
in 8 minutes.
Falco. It's
Yeah,
not going to go to
it's never.
time.
I'm
Let's be
never gonna
real.
time out Falco.
And like even in spots where I play Marth, coming up from getting off the ledge can be kind of difficult. He's fine while he's there, but when he gets up, he can be vulnerable,
Mm.
right? And so I'm a little scared to be on the ledge for too long because sometimes they'll start looking for something. Maybe Bonfire always loves to do the runoff double jump back air stuff like that. But if you're just playing it slowly on the ledge, even if there is some risk involved, usually I would say that is better than jumping up and panicking in their face. You know?
All right.
Yeah. So those are a few little tips that can help to like recover from a mid-game mental boom of sorts or just general panic, hand shakiness.
Okay.
Do you get shaky hands when you're playing?
Um, Only for like nail biters.
hmm
And even then, I usually this happened yesterday. Um, it was like last stock, last hit, 5 games in a row against Unlimited.
hmm
Um, and like game 4, I just straight up told him like I need a minute. Like I just sent him a DM and walked away,
hmm
washed my hands, like shook it out. Um,
hmm
but like
hmm
yeah, I guess handshakes really only happens in like last stock, last hit situations when it's like all down to the wire.
Got you. So, one thing that can the easiest thing you can do if you find that that happens enough that it is intrusive to your play, just eating potassium helps with
Yeah,
literally just helps with handshakes.
eat a
Like I hate
banana.
bananas. I hate bananas. I eat like 2 of them in every important tournament.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I will say, much like the respawn platform or chilling on the ledge, I think it is totally fine to take a second in between games.
Hmm.
People call it, people are like, oh, you're icing me out.
Icing
I
out.
say my fucking tendonitis, my tendonitis middle finger is coming up. So
Yeah.
no, but for real, like, uh,
You joke, but I was diagnosed with tendonitis. So
dude, same. We are the same.
okay.
It's actually absurd how people get mad at that when it's like, man, we literally all have crippling hand pain.
Yeah.
If I want to take fucking 60 seconds before I mash the start button, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
You're drinking your water, you're chilling. Fuck it. They're just mad because if they're getting tilted at that, all the more reason to keep doing it. Honestly, sounds like a mental gap to me. Like if I'm like ready to roll and someone is like doing that to me, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here, I'm gonna breathe, and I'm gonna sip my Wawa, and I'll be ready to go whenever you are. Uh, man, if they're getting antsy, fuck them.
All right. So this is probably like the newest problem that I've been running into. Where like for the longest time, and I think I'm starting to hate Mango for what he did to an entire generation of players. Where he's like,
I'll
nah,
pretend
man.
I didn't hear that.
I just listen. I love him just as much as the next guy, but he's just the dude that's just like, nah. I just play by feel, I just play melee. When it's like, no, you need a game plan. And like for the longest time, I told myself like, no, flowcharts are dumb. Like game plans and structures and like doing this option in this scenario 100% of the time is dumb. And I'm now at the point where I'm like, shit, I think I need to start doing all of that stuff. So it's like, again, this kind of like cognitive dissonance of like, I have always felt like I am a player that does the game by feel, that just kind of like gauges every situation moment by moment. But now, like, if I'm really wanting to start pushing myself and like, doing this like improvement at a faster rate than my peers, I think I need to start more heavily relying on these flowcharts and frameworks. And I'm not sure what side of the fence that I should be on.
So okay, you definitely have been, how do I put this? This type of thought is very common in Melee, and it is a very misleading line of thought, essentially. The whole, like, we can say things are lame all day, but really that's just us wanting to complain about the game because Melee fucking sucks and we need to complain sometimes.
Right.
And that's
Now,
fine.
personally, like, there's the word lame on the slide here, but like, I've turned like a new leaf. I tried to use that word never, right? It's lame is a social construct that you apply to something that you just don't want to learn the counterplay to, right? Or that, just pisses you off. Like, oh, Marth chain grabs on FD, you're lame. Okay, well, that's probably because Marth chain grabs you on FD a lot and you get grabbed. That, like, the root cause is you just get grabbed a ton. It's not that Marth's up throw is lame.
But that's not 100% exactly the point I was trying to get at here,
okay.
The bit about your own style, you'd kind of just throw it in the trash.
Really?
Like, you will just naturally have your preferences to what choices you like to make in different situations, but people take, having their own style. It is actually, in most cases, it is a trap that leads to, I don't want to learn the good option because I like to push this button when I see this. And that is just a really good way to hold yourself back a lot. Because, you'll find ways to make other things cool, or you'll find things that you like more or less. If you have an option that, hey, when this works, it kills them. And it works like 5% of the time, and that's my style. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, don't be too attached. Don't be too attached.
There's
to
one thing
you're doing.
that I will never give up, and it's the worst thing ever.
All right, let's hear it.
My friends call it the arc laser, and if I get knocked off stage, and I double jump laser low up B. So.
Oh, I love doing that.
So like, just one laser off stage, and then I'm down there. And it does nothing for them. It doesn't reset neutral. It doesn't win me a position. It's just, bah! Suck it! I honestly am so in love with it because I think it may be the worst laser in Melee.
You know, to a certain extent, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But, you know, as long as that's not the only thing you're doing,
Of
every now and
course.
then that can be good. If you
Yeah.
stuff a jump and they're in a rough spot, but I mean, you know why it's bad.
I've seen you die
And
because
this
of
is
it.
like, yeah, Unlimited is like saying, hey, it's that exact thing we're talking about.
Oh, man.
Like,
But those 2
yeah,
times Unlimited, it was sick.
yeah, how sick was it the other 997 times?
It wasn't at all. I died instantly.
Yeah, wouldn't it be? I feel like the average sickness that you could get there
Results are
would be like
inconclusive. I need to still
you
keep
just
trying.
making it back to stage.
Uh,
Uh, but like, I think the most egregious example of it that I've ever seen in my life was Mewtwo King refusing to learn to pivot, tipper, puff.
right.
Like,
Pivots are hard.
all the sets
Man.
that he lost at Xbox because he would just pick Fox, and sometimes it'd work, but usually it wouldn't. And his Marth's way better, but he didn't practice the thing that lets you kill Puff below 150 as Marth. Like, it you can see how that might be a bit of a problem, I'm sure.
Right.
Um, as for how to make peace with it, you just do it when you want to. Is like kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah.
You should know how all your options work in all these different situations. Maybe if there's one you really don't like, you don't use it super often, but you want to keep it in the back pocket because you never know. You might be caught in a tough spot, a last stock game 5, and you see you see a win off of that option that you don't like. Maybe is fucking do that option, win the game, because
I
winning the set is
guess.
a lot sicker than not winning the set out of
Right.
some principle that no one watching is even thinking about.
Like that shitty laser aside, I think the one where I'm actually struggling or that I'm actually holding myself back is that I will opt for shield pressure instead of just a grab, right? Like I will go for multiple hits on shield just because I don't know, I like hitting people's shields and keeping up pressure and aggression when I could have just shine grabbed 4 moves ago and like I would have won that interaction, And it's like I'm kind of struggling to like tell myself to do that. Like the autopilot kind of takes over and I go into this like shield pressure mode rather than just grab his dumbass. I think honestly I need to get the texture for shield that turns it into like the grab me text.
Oh. Quick question. How confident are you in your shield pressure though?
It's getting better. I would say I've always preferred an aggressive play style. So, early on when I was still learning the game, I just got dumpstered for crappy shield pressure. So I would say it's better than average. But then, like, I went up against 33 toes, and every time I touched their shield, I died for it, basically. So, I guess it kind of depends.
So it's sort of this really interesting thing where it's like, in general, if we assume everything's perfect, most of the time Falco gets more off of just doing shield pressure until it hits. Um, but the grab is easier, and like there's kind of a place for both. Like if you're consistently getting fucked for it, yeah, you probably just aerial shine grab or laser shine grab, or maybe even do like shine retreating rising dare to like bait out a bad shield grab or something. Or if it's shield grabs that are getting you, you can also like cross up their shield and then do the pressure from behind. But
I was doing that, and then 33 toes would do like the most ridiculous back air out of shield. It felt like every time I touched him, it was just wrong. Like I should have just been doing grabs the entire time. And maybe that's probably just more of a Peach specific problem.
perhaps there's definitely room for both. But like if we're just in the middle of a set and that happens every single time you're hitting their shield, yeah, you probably just start shine grabbing. Or maybe even like you hit their shield with like an aerial, and instead of doing shine, you just shield after you out cancel and hit them with something out of shields when they hit your shield with their bear or whatever. Like there's so many different ways that that type of stuff can play out. But that that one is, I mean, Falco Shield Pressure is just objectively good. This is one where it's like there isn't just one right answer. It's kind of like we have to take it game by game, set by set.
Which, speaking of, I think it's about good time to switch over to VOD review, if that's
Sure.
coolio.
That works with me. Why don't you send me the Slippy files?
Yeah, I'm
that you wanna
zipping
look
those
at?
up right now.
Cool. So what I usually do with this is like I'll screen share on Discord so that like I can move forward and back as much.
Yep.
And you can see that. And yeah, you can probably just monitor capture it or whatever for your stream.
I'm gonna order these 1 through 4. This is in order of importance. Get to as many as we can.
Got you. And I will say, if you decide you want to take a break or even do some of it later, that is also fine. I am 100% still down to go all the way through. But if for whatever reason you decide not to, I'm flexible.
What, for like the second half of the session?
Yeah, or just however much of the session. If
Yeah.
you're like, wow, I think I've gone over everything I want, maybe I want to hold like an hour of it for later when I have something else. That is also fine.
True. But no, I think it's good. Your rates on Metafy are low enough. I can throw some money your way.
Okay. Yeah, I try to make it affordable because
It's very affordable
charge
compared to like
obscene amounts.
Yeah, you were talking before about like people that just vomit money at Mewtwo King for him to just say single liners of "Don't do that. This is bad.
Yeah,
This won't work. Don't do this."
Come on. The power of clout, man, it's crazy.
Same with IBDW. Like,
IBDW is definitely not as bad about it as MPK.
Not as bad, but from what I heard, IBDW will straight up say, like, if you can't move well as your character, VOD review is a waste of time.
Maybe from there you go, all right, where aren't we moving well with your character?
Yeah.
Like, come on. I haven't heard that one. I'm sure maybe there's more nuance, or maybe there's not. Really, the main takeaway here is that I'm the best coach on Metafy.
Amen.
Ah, I see it sent.
Support your local businesses.
All right, I'll be downloading.
Get this right.
All right, so I'm gonna do monitor capture for the Discord so that you can still see my cursor. So you won't have audio because of that, though.
Okay.
Which probably won't matter. Where did it extract to? Hold on.
This.
There we go. My desktop, as you can see, might be a little bit of a mess.
Yeah, you're just putting your business up on the stream.
Yeah, whatever works. So you said you wanted to look at the one versus Smith first from Mate?
Yes. So this one, I genuinely felt like I could have won. I lost game 1, beat him game 2, and then lost game 3. So I kind of want to focus on from the perspectives of like, what was he doing in game 1 that worked? What changes did I make in game 2 that got me the win? And then how did I throw it at that third game?
Got you. Is it coming through okay on the Discord?
Yeah.
All right, cool. How do you generally feel about this matchup before we get into this one?
I feel pretty good up until a certain level of APM from Fox, at which point
Hmm.
I get overwhelmed. I feel like Fox
Mhm.
just gets to push enough buttons and then he gets to win. Um, like there
Yeah,
are
Fox
just,
does push quite a few of them.
but there's so many, more than most other characters, and so
At least
like
by like one or two.
what? So it's like it didn't happen in this set, but like I don't know if you know Smig. This is it, but Smig is a fox that I remember playing at SG, who
Hmm.
just gave me the ringer. It was just like the craziest thunders and drill approaches and all of these other things
Hmm.
that I felt like I couldn't even breathe.
I'm not super familiar with them, but I will be definitely, especially on the lookout for those high pressure scenarios and see what we can do about them.
Okay.
All right, let's jump into it. So right off the bat,
Oh, this is
I
bad.
mean, I just break down like everything. That wasn't me flaming,
Okay.
but like the reason I say, what is this laser supposed to deal with? Um,
uh
I feel
Shine
like the only thing that
waveland onto top platform, and then the shine reflects the laser and it hits me.
all right, that is a very specific answer that I was not expecting. Um, like I will say the first interaction of any game is still very important. Like
Mm.
what we're doing here, like as your Falco, you can try to get to the ground as early as possible and already be firing lasers. Since you're port 4, ports 3 and 4 can fall through the platforms during the ready countdown
Say
if you're just
what?
holding down. Yeah, you didn't know that?
What?
Yeah, if you want to be here, you just hold down and you're going to be here if you're port 4 or port
All
3.
right.
Port 1 and 2 can't do it for some reason.
All right. Melee's stupid.
Oh yeah. Uh so if you want to be on the ground and already be having control of that ground floor, you totally can. Or if you are like if you want to take like top platform, that's just a jump away, of course. But like this jump, you're kind of doing a little bit of neither in terms of like what kind of space you're trying to control. Like
Right.
even just this jump isn't bad, but I feel like the laser makes it worse. So like
Mm.
if you just do this as an empty jump, and like Fox starts running in like this, and you're like, oh, I can probably try to catch this with the fast fall down air or something. But when you're in the laser, it's like, oh, I can probably catch this by being hit by their up smash. uh, yeah. You got the second one out, which caught him. And then it looks, was that a dash back right after?
Wave dash back, but a little teeny one.
Like that definitely could have just been a shine. Like when it hits point blank. Obviously, that can be hard to react to, but I mean, if you were gonna go for a dash back or a wave dash back, you could always do the shine and then wave dash back, and if it hits, you can still try to get an extension while still staying pretty safe if the laser shine didn't. Yeah, that when he's right on top of you like this, like even after you just short hop right next to him, like I don't know why you're opting for laser here when you have dare, you have shine, like
I
so
guess
many good combo
from
starters.
like to put it in not a perspective, but like recently I've just been telling myself to just shoot a shitload of lasers.
Hmm.
So that's kind of been permeating all of my play. I'm shooting tons of
I see.
crappy lasers, but I'm also just like the one thing that I've been grinding like almost like the little 20 minutes every day is frame perfect lasers. Is getting a frame
I see.
perfect fast fall, a frame perfect re-jump.
Mhm.
So like
Like
that's
going for lowest possible laser for like
exactly.
dealing with power shield and stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that definitely is quite useful tech. But I mean, when you're this close, like your Falco, if you get your combo starters, you can just eviscerate them. So when you can take that, you should just try your best to take it. Okay, I like this jab anti-air. You also, it could be one thing that you can replace that jab with, which is slightly better after landing on the area like that, is just turn around up tilt. It's only slightly slower, but it just has more reward.
Mm.
It's not to say the jab is bad or anything, but good to have both. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like that's twice in a row where you do this full hop dare jab. And after they did this drill shine, honestly, you can kind of just be mashing shine. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, then they probably were just going to hit you again anyways. There's a lot of little situations like that where you just have a frame one reversal that combos into all of your best shit, where you can kind of just hold down and mash it sometimes. Well, not mash time, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And here, you kind of just stopped drifting in this weird way, and I'm not sure why. Like, you were up here, you had a tiny bit of drift forward, and then you got to right in front of the edge of where your move would not hit him, and then you went straight down. You know, if you're expecting them to like do some kind of dash dance, try to whiff punish, then I sort of get trying to drift back. But at that point, just don't even dare in the first place, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, that's that jab again. In addition to the turn on up tilt, you can also try doing down tilt after that landing as well. The down tilt, I don't think it can put them in knockdown at this low of a percent, but I think it starts pretty soon, even if when they're crouching. And if they don't crouch, then they just pop up and you can do stuff off of it. Not approaching. Okay, so you CC this down there, this up smash after the nair whiffs. Oh, dude, you had him. You got him right where you wanted him. Like, you don't need me to tell you that's just a dare shine.
Yeah.
What the heck?
He must have caught my jump, or I missed my special button.
So when this one hits, you know, that's fine. Looks like you're holding in. As soon as that first bear connected, and you can see that he's starting to like get to the. Even if he didn't get an edge cancel, you still probably either A, you fast fall as soon as you can, or B, you drift out to like, because your goal is to get to the ledge and not be hit, you know? I don't think that took your jump, unless I'm blind. I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but I'm just curious now. Oh, it did.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you know this, because you could have tried a side B. Not that, I mean, they probably just take ledge anyways.
I just, as a tip, I don't know if you do this, you can just use period to advance one individual frame.
Oh, usually it freaks out when I do that.
Okay.
At the very least, my computer is making a noise every time I pushed it.
Yeah, that's because I think you're not focused on the window, because then it'll trip like a Windows error ping.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, this connects. How do you follow up? So, one thing we can add on to here. On this hitting.
Yeah.
You know, your dare is only going to connect if they continue to stay in knockdown. When you need to really quickly try to cover a missed tech, like running shine is just going to be your best bet objectively.
Okay.
It's just the fastest. Maybe down tilt, because you don't have to do it, like, you know, in terms of frames, just because of not needing to enter jump squat, you're probably at least like 4 or 5 frames faster, I guess. But the thing that makes the running shine so good is you can do the running shine. Like, let's say you're running shine,
yeah,
and you do the shine, and as they start that get up roll, you can wave dash forward out of that shine and still get a follow up with like either another running shine or a grab or something. Yeah, it just leaves you more flexible to cover a lot of different things. Yeah, that laser's a bit high, but so I want to look at this whole sequence real quick. So, you know, here, when you're doing these back airs,
yeah,
you know, I know how earlier you were talking about how you do the backflip into the low waveland back.
yeah.
But similarly, with the backflip, you can do these super low auto cancel back airs that are really good. And not only that, but if you're only using just a tiny small touch of drift so that you get the backflip, you can very easily do a reverse laser without having to be worried about doing an accidental side B, which is a incredibly powerful tool for keeping somebody pressured, especially like, you know, they're stuck in the corner and if they run by you, they might run into back air, you know, they might get caught by a laser. There's a lot of stuff to deal with. It looks like you're leaving a little time between a lot of your choices here, though. Like here, you do this nair, you wait a decent bit, and you just waited forever before even doing that up tilt. Not that that mattered super like a whole lot,
Just
but like you
wasted
can,
frames.
yeah, like you could be wave dashing back and like up tilting with the same time you started the up tilt. You could have like done a wave dash back up tilt here to keep them further in the corner. You
Hmm.
could have done like an empty short hop, and then you can choose to back air laser or just land again and do an up tilt all in that same time. Oh yeah. And right here, let's look at what they're doing though. So we're just focusing on you for that little exchange. Now let's look at what they've been doing here. All right. They're just dashing left and right and left and right and left and right and eventually come in for a grab. Like, if somebody is willing to dash dance for that long, then you can be willing. That's the time where you can just shoot a fucking million lasers at them.
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to get their tempo. Like, they're trying to feel comfortable in their movement, and you don't have to let them do that. Alternatively, that is a decent time to try like an overshoot of some kind, whether it's like a really deep down air or even a dash attack if you don't think they'll hold down on it.
Hmm.
Running shine is also a pretty good overshoot, although like the space it covers is a little less, of course. Okay, get the down smash. Yeah, this F smash was definitely a little bit of hopium.
Hopium. Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm stealing that one.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I've been guilty of those F smashes myself. Don't get me wrong. But, you're like, well, they came up, they shielded the laser. Hopefully, they just don't keep shielding.
Alas,
like, at that point,
they
you can just toss them
continued to
off
shield.
No, who could have foreseen this? But once again, like you can just like grab them and throw them here. You can start doing some pressure with like shines. As long as you get your aerials low on shield, it's pretty fine. This is also another spot where like I'm gonna show you something real quick. I guess because you landed in point blank is a little tough, but as soon as you landed with this laser, one thing you can do, short hop, rising, dare while drifting, hard right. This is like textbook for like that shield grab bait we were talking about earlier.
Mm.
So if you do that down air, and then you land here, and they whiff the shield grab, that's your F smash right there.
Yeah.
That one's not even hopium. That one's just good. Let's see. Yeah, off this.
Can I do anything against Thunders besides Cry?
You mean like the
shine
jab or the shine wave shine jab? So if you do no tech on the shine, you can try to get like some really good SGI on the jab reset. Falco's a little heavy. It's not like free, but it's something that's doable. If you get enough SGI straight up, you can even try to shine out of it. But it's it's worth trying because like you're getting jab reset either way. Worst case scenario is you still get jab reset, but you tried a little harder to not get jab reset. Yeah, like obviously at really high percents, you can still choose the way you get up from a jab reset, but at low percents, all you have is that SGI. Okay, when they drop this, get a brawl. Okay, this is a good up tilt. How do you want to follow it up?
I feel like that should have been a short hop.
Probably should have been a short hop, but I'm more curious as to why like up air was the choice.
I guess I've been experimenting with up air at lower percents as like kind of a combo starter or a combo extender. Like I've found that it's been working really well against like Sheik and Marth. Not necessarily, or I guess I would have been experimenting here against Fox. I don't know if this would have been, or at this point I thought he'd be able to get up to the platform.
I could see why you would think that for like landing on top plat. The thing with up air is like it's pretty good when it works, and then sometimes it just doesn't work for no reason because you decided to play Falco that day.
You hate when that happens.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. Well, like
it just decides to not work because you played Falco that day. Can I get that? I want that stitched on a pillow.
Honestly, but like here, they don't get out of hit stun until somewhere in this area. You might
Yeah.
have even been able to do like wave dash forward up tilt again. Would have been kind of tight.
Mm.
The easy answer is like, you can just try to back air. Either they'll land on the platform and you can try to follow up off of it. Because if you like do dash forward shield stop back air so that you don't keep a bunch of momentum and can land roughly in this area.
Mm.
If they tech on this platform, you have dash, and then like full hop rising bear, you can have the edge of it cover here as you're drifting forward to try to cover the whole platform. And if it just sends them off stage, then you just attempt to edge guard and finish the stock off.
Okay.
Like Falco is good at killing Fox off stage. If you can get them off there, you usually should. It's like never going to be a bad idea to go for it. Yeah, you got stuck in your movement there.
Yeah.
The free grab. What was the thought process here? So that backer is fine if they had tried, because like if they tried to react to the tech roll with a dash grab, that backer just beats them because they would have been way too slow. There was just no time for that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a safe, good choice. And then here, I don't know why you're shooting a laser if you're trying to approach them into this corner here, because like this is where the laser comes out.
Yeah.
If they're here, like if they're anywhere here, you might as well just either like dare or nair. Normally, I'm not the biggest proponent of nair, but they're at a really high percent, and it would have been them in the corner. So if it hits, the worst case scenario is they grab ledge, like with a ASGI down fast fall. Um, and if they shield, you have shield pressure off of either of those. Not only that, but because you can start the aerial a little earlier, if they start dashing in, you can try to catch them. Um, where this laser, like best case scenario here is they shield the laser, and then that's the only thing that laser is good for. Whereas like the aerials do just as well. And like if the laser hits them, like if they do like take laser jab or take laser shine, it can kind of go either way depending on how fast you both are.
Mm.
It's just like an unnecessary risk. Like if you wanted to shoot a laser, you probably just do it in place where you
Standing
were before
laser.
the jump.
Yeah.
Okay, good there. Nice. Let me just look at that one more time. You're not fast falling after you wave dash off. It didn't matter here, but it
Do
will
I
matter
gotta learn
sometimes.
that?
You have to learn that. I'm sorry to
Oh,
say.
I'm scared.
Yeah, but when you do it real good, it looks real good.
It does. It really
It looks
does.
like you fucking teleport and like you know what you're doing, and they're like, "Damn, this guy's good," and I'm dead, and now I have to hold that. So this also doesn't matter at all. But they are invincible, so you don't need to shoot lasers here. You can just. Let's see. So this is something that's worth talking about. When you drop down here like this,
Yeah.
like if you're not attempting to come down with a laser to hit them, you can just come down with a shine and then double jump back to top platform
Yeah.
if it doesn't hit, and if it does hit, you can just convert off of it. Which is that's kind of like the crux of how Falco can abuse top platform with his massive double jump.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I like those lasers where they had just retreated. You weren't sure what they were trying to do. You shoot them in place. You lock them down a bit. You close the gap a little. Now, after off of this full hop, if I'm Fox here, I'm thinking drill, 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 drill. Um, you can try to anti-air this with up tilt. If it trades, then it's beneficial for you because getting hit by one hit of dare while trading just means you're actionable faster than you would have been otherwise.
Hmm.
If it just outright hits, that's still fine. You just up tilt again or up tilt shine, whatever you want. And if the drill hits and your up tilt doesn't, oopsies. You also could retreat or just dash forward. Like you could move forward because if they land here and you just dash behind them, then you can dash back in with like a running shine or like a short hop aerial. We have a whole lot of options, but let's see what happens. You retreat. Okay, yeah, this is also good. He didn't do drill for some reason, or any aerial, but if he had, your dash back laser still makes you safe. Now this should be shineable for you, but yeah, a little slow. With things like Fox, Nair, and Bear, especially at low percents, you can just hold down, and usually you can either get a shine or a grab before they can do something off of it, or down tilt too. But anything fast enough. Shine's obviously the best one, and is also the fastest. If you're not in range, you still have those other options though, and that also applies in the Falco Ditto as well. Okay, that up there is good. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
Definitely
Because it kind of
not.
seems. Okay, I was gonna say that seems like something that might have been, and I wouldn't even blame you if it was. All right, let's talk about that pressure string there. You do the drill or the dare shine, then you wave dash back. And once you chose to do the wave dash back, it was no longer a true shield pressure, even if this shine had been close enough. Because I mean, to the point where like, yeah, they can buffer roll out of shield,
So like
or maybe try to shine out of shield you.
in a shield pressure situation, does basically any wave dash mean that you've dropped the shield pressure?
It means that the pressure is no longer true. That doesn't mean that the shield pressure is, or that doesn't mean that the wave dash is necessarily bad, but it
Right.
just means the intention behind it must acknowledge that. It can be like you're wave dashing back because you're trying to bait something out or wait out a roll to then punish afterwards. If you are purely going for pressure, you just want to do like your low dare shines and you know maybe you do like nair shine if you're that kind of guy. I think dare's usually just better. Um, but yeah, and if you're like just want to end it early and don't really have much of a reason to expect a specific thing afterwards, usually I'd say go for the shine or the retreating rising dare we've talked about are
Mm-hmm.
pretty good ways to. I mean, because just grabbing is like that's a Falco grab on Fox. It's still a pretty good grab on most characters. It's kind of mid. Um, but yeah, like you got out of range and then you did this like double shine thing. So like you clearly can double shine. So you also could have just done that on their shield. Not that
Yeah.
I am saying
So the thing
okay,
that
whenever you hit their
sucks,
shield, double shine. You
well,
should. I feel like that's
the
unrealistic, but
shitty thing is I struggle with the waveland after the second shine, especially on hit. It's the delay of like the hit stop and just not being able to jump out of shine, and I just fucked that up so many times that I now have this muscle memory to jump out of a double shine.
that's interesting.
So it's just a
So
matter like
what
I
you're saying
just
is
need to
if you
hit the
double
lab.
shine someone's shield and the second shine hits, you aren't comfortable. You're not ready to do the wave dash out of the shine to
The
then follow up.
waveland down, no. Is that like I'll usually go for the safer option to just jump out.
I mean, when it hits, you don't even have. If it's easier, you don't have to wave dash straight down. Like you're usually better off wave dashing towards whatever direction they were sent, anyways. If that's easier.
I guess I'm
Um,
speaking in reference to a Westball's shine, not a double shine.
I don't really watch enough West Balls to know what you mean by that.
So
I'm gonna look
Westball's shine
into
is
it.
the second shine is like very low in the air, whereas the double shine is just the frame
Oh, but
perfect
not
shine.
on the ground. I see.
Yeah.
Um, that just seems like a worse double shine in every way.
All right.
I'm not 100% sure, but it kind of does seem that way. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I guess
Like
so.
there might is if there's
When the
something I'm
option is
missing.
just instead I could be frame perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's not that you have to be frame perfect. It's just that like I don't know why this is a thing that you're trying to do as like a habit.
Well, I guess it's just I like Westball's shines. I think they're cool. But
Fair
that's
enough.
another one of those like style versus substance, right? It's like almost a trap that I'm putting myself in.
It just seems like this seems like I want to push buttons and more so than I want to outplay my opponent.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And now that I'm thinking about it, I guess the West Ball Shine does have a slight benefit of on hit, you have Falco's big double jump to follow up off of, so that
Mm.
might be a little better at high percents. But low percents, I feel like it'd probably just be worse. Um, but Yeah, I feel like you're just making it too complicated for yourself here. Like, let's go back again. Like, if we look at this one more time, you get them here, boom. They get their shield up, and you hit the shine. First off, if you're good, because first off, if you're trying to do any amount of double shine, West Ball shine, whatever, you wave dash back too far, as you know.
Yeah.
But even in the first place, you could have just like done your shield pressure a little more standard. Also, if we notice here, their shield is tilted all the way forward. You have a decent chance of shield poking the back of their head if you do like a cross up dare or even hitting their feet in the same way.
Mm.
Which also means even if they do keep their shield up, you definitely can't get shield grabbed, which makes your pressure a lot easier overall. I mean, Fox still has shine out of shield, of course, but like overall, there's like a little less risk if you do that. Crossing up people's shields is, I don't know why it seems like it's so underrated for Falco to do that nowadays, but
Yeah.
it's just good because the scariest thing is you get grabbed, and it just can't happen if you cross them up. Um, Another thing you can do after this wave dash back, you can just wait. Like you can just
But then I'm not pushing
stand still.
buttons.
Yeah, you're pushing their buttons.
Okay. Shit.
You're like if you're just standing still here, you're out of their grab range. As soon as you see their like shield go away for them to start something, you can just like F tilt them, or you could even have turned around and have a easy back air as soon as you see like the shield go away, or even like an up tilt. Like you have a lot of stuff you can do with that. Standing still is so good in this game sometimes. Like,
It's
and that's a big.
interesting, and that's maybe something that like I have a gecko code where you flash green on actionable, and that may also be like, you know, almost a tiny bit of negative influence where like it prompts you to always be moving and just never have that highlight show up.
That is a good gecko code for like seeing where you are being slow after in the middle of combos, or like when you land, am I standing still too long? Like it has its that is a good gecko code to have, but that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean just because you're flashing green doesn't mean you're doing something wrong
Right.
necessarily. Like that's to discover where you're being slow unintentionally. Standing still is good in a lot of spots.
Okay.
Mm, that might have been a bit of a hopium grab too.
That was a very hopium grab.
What can we do instead though? Because you got up here after that shield pressure stuff. That spot dodge. Was that a shield drop or was that a panic?
I would have wanted to just drop through platform. So I have currently a mental block, which is also because of a physical block. The smash stick is inaccurate when it comes down to like individual units. And since shield dropping is basically a analog perfect, or like, you know, within 3 analog units on the stick, the hardware inaccuracy of my stick can sometimes make me miss shield drops through no fault of my own. So I've been.
When you do a shield drop, you are stopping your stick in the bottom left, bottom right part of the gate, the equivalent of what that would be on a
Yes.
controller, right? Okay.
So I've like gone into Uncle Punch, done the, you know, visual or the unit display, seen the coordinates, and if like I could even show this, if I was to rotate the stick while I'm still just keeping it jammed in that gate corner, the coordinate that comes out changes, right? So
Okay.
that's been de-incentivizing me to shield drop because of the fact that I could just fuck it up because I decided to use a smash stick that day, right?
Okay.
And I think I'm
So this isn't tied to like when the stick is plugged in. This is just am I wrong
inherent
on
to
that?
its design. It is currently just a
Sweet.
limitation. Like, this is an alpha unit, right? This is a 3-year-old unit. They've been trying to fix this issue, and to the point where they're changing the design philosophy of the stick to just circumvent it. They're changing it so that the shaft cannot rotate, which is how like the GameCube sticks currently work.
Is that something you could do to yours yourself, or that someone could? in theory?
Eh,
I
probably
mean, I
not.
get that it's risky. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to like
I'm
think of
probably
a
just
good
gonna
solution to
just
that.
say fuck it and just go for shield drops anyways because it's still gonna work 9 out of 10 times. It's just that 10th time is just I'm just gonna eat shit.
Do you when you miss them? Is it always spot dodges, or is it sometimes you just are still shielding there?
Should usually just always be spot dodges.
Oh, okay. In that case, this one might be a little more extreme, but you could just file a slightly higher notch in, because if you're getting spot dodges, that means the value is just consistently too low. So if
Hmm.
it's consistently too low but in an inconsistent range, you can just raise that inconsistent range. You know what I mean?
Potentially.
Like I definitely get why you would be hesitant to do that for sure. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but that is, this is kind of uncharted territory for controllers, and
Yeah.
that's just a solution that's coming to my mind right now. A slightly different thing you could do is
I've been trying to practice shy drops, which is an alternative, but it requires one run state and it's a 2 frame input. A little harder.
I know shy. I don't know what the shy drop
Shy
is.
drop is while running, if you press down and shield within 2 frames of each other, you do a shield drop.
Oh,
So it's
in the order
that.
of down and then shield, or shield and then down?
I think it's down and then shield.
Hmm.
And then
I
there's
mean,
that
that
one, or
is
just slow drop shield drops, which is just like having that
so like, yeah.
perfect velocity down, which is bleh.
That sounds inconsistent considering your other stick related problems. So
Yeah.
shy drop is probably your best bet if you don't want to change anything about your controller, it sounds
Okay.
like. Um Another thing you could try, kind of a like bit of a scuffed way that people used to do shield drop notches back in the day, is they just kind of put like if they were consistently getting spot dodges, so it needed to be raised, they just put like a little bit of scotch tape at
Was
that part of the
hoping
notch
you weren't
so that it's
about
a
to
little
say
higher.
tape.
I said scuffed. I did say scuffed, to be fair.
The other
I
shitty
don't even
part,
know if that would be big enough because of the size of the stick, though.
yeah, other shitty part is that this is like a traditional fight stick. I have to
Mm,
disassemble the entire controller to get at the gate.
mm. Yeah, it sounds like it's shy drop or bust or change
Yeah.
controllers.
Um,
And I know you don't want to do that.
Future revisions of the controller are going to fix things. We were supposed to get the new model in January, and then we were supposed to get the new model in February, and then we were supposed to get the new model in March, and
And now
then,
it's October.
it's October, and I'm sad.
That is unfortunate, but
Yeah,
um,
it'll get there
where are you
eventually.
supposed to get it in November now, or?
I think so. I think it's supposed to come out in October. But even then, the new model is still going to have the inaccuracies. It's not until we get the full retail version, which supposedly the retail version is, or like the final version of the stick is supposed to be coming by the end of this year for like financial tax purposes. So if he doesn't
Huh,
get it done, he is like screwing himself over on the books.
I see. Um, have you considered in as a stopgap short-term solution, box with nunchuck?
Um, I have thought about it. As far as I'm aware, the nunchucks stick is a sin against God. That
I
like
don't think it's that bad.
really? I feel
I
like the
mean,
throw distance on that stick is just. Ugh.
so first off, if it's purely the plastic part of the stick you don't like, you could just put a GameCube controller stick cap in it because they use the same stick box more or less.
It's the gate. It's the travel
Oh,
distance that the stick has to make.
I see. Um, I haven't messed around with it much personally. A friend of mine, Xander, does play on box with nunchuck, and the way he put it is, nunchucks are incredibly cheap, and I bought a box of 50 of them for about $50, and the way I see it is, at least one of them's gonna be good, and when that one stops being good, I have a box of nunchucks still.
Okay.
It's something to consider.
Yeah.
I won't harp much more on anything related to that.
Yeah,
Shield
I think
dropping being a problem is obnoxious.
I'm just gonna roll Tide and just mess it up when I mess it up, and then eventually the problem is going to be solved.
All right. Well, I will say for now, I would say grind shy drops a shit ton because I
Yeah.
don't see another way to have reliable shield drops until that point.
Okay. Yeah. Super hopium. The fox was already
Yeah,
dash
that was
dancing.
pretty much. You could try just like go back a little more.
Thanks, mister.
Yo, thanks for the subscription, Tripper.
Pogger. In this spot like this, where you're just kind of chilling in the corner and they're dash dancing back and forth right in your face.
Yeah.
Dash attack doesn't look so bad.
Really?
Yeah, like I won't let me go back with the arrow thing, but
yeah, no, there's frame advance, but there's no like go back one frame yet, which is a tragedy.
All right, look, they're here.
Yeah.
They're dash dancing. They're doing like a fucking brawl dash dance right here.
Right. Super tight, super close.
Like, honestly, instant dash attack is like kind of fine here. It's a decent choice. Kind of hard to choose it in that short of a time span, but it's really not so bad there. And like, what works are kind of out of the corner. Another thing you could do, you could also just full hop and try to get out of there. Like, full hop, maybe go to top plat if you can.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're in a rough spot where like they just have to guess right to kill you. But you know, if you want to fight your way out, probably just dash attack through them. You also could always just shield and hope they don't grab you. Jumping up and taking top plat is never a bad idea as Falco against really any character. But yeah. All right, so this is one that's worth talking about here. All right, you're dead. You've respawned. You have respawn invincibility. There is no fear. He is on the right. You go straight down. He is above you, and you are shooting your laser on the ground to your left. Like, you know.
This is one of those things where it's like in game, I'm like, all right, let's get this, let's do it, another stock, woo! And after the fact, just like, where is he?
Yeah, this is one of those times where you gotta look at the screen. Is really what it comes down to.
I was blinking like super hard. Must have been some in my eye.
Like earlier when we were talking about what you do on respawn, it was like how you said you like to be aggressive, but
not that.
Yeah,
I have lied.
Yeah, like you can, and I had mentioned like you can take your time on the respawn platform, which is still super good. And the thing is, you can do both. You can take your time on the respawn platform because your invincibility timer doesn't count down until you're off that respawn platform.
Mm-hmm.
So you can wait and you can just look at him and see where they're going.
Yeah,
if he goes to the ledge,
like how worthwhile is it just to sit there and watch him?
I mean, you don't lose anything, that's for damn sure. If you respawned here and he was here, I'd say yeah, probably just hit him right now. But like, if we go back a little more. You're actionable, he's down here. Like, if you wanted to come down immediately, I'm probably dropping down to the back air or something over here, seeing what happens. If I want to wait and see, I'll wait and see. Like, he jumps up here. Okay, this is fine. Let's say from here, the fast way you can get there, fast fall, wave land off, fast fall, double jump bear or something onto here. You come down, he's jumping this way while you are falling here. That is a double jump aerial just waiting to connect for you.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's above you. Once again, like, you're invincible. Fucking run him down. Like, you have at least 2 free chances to hit him with absolutely no risk. There's no reason for you to just, have fun with the gun by yourself. Like, what even happens if those lasers somehow hit him, right? Like,
I get 5%.
Not even. Oh, yeah, like, you got good moves, you got good combo starters, you're invincible. you don't gotta shoot the gun. Okay, this is that jab you do after the down air again. I feel like that is a pretty bad habit of yours at this point. Like, once in a while is fine, but like, if it catches them, you don't really get much, unless they get jabbed while they're like on you, at which point you're probably doing jab shine and could have just shined in the first place. Up till well, like you don't. It's like medium risk, low reward is how I look at this jab. Like, it's not super risky, but if they're dashing right in front of you and it whiffs, you have a decent chance of getting caught by something. Like, you know, whereas after a dare like that whiffs, you can do like a retreating back air as well if you just want to make more space, or a retreating laser. Okay. There you just didn't drift far enough to be on top of them for the first shine. Oh, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate.
Found a piece of candy down there.
Sorry?
I saw a piece of candy down there.
Oh, understandable then. Yeah. Alright. You got him in the corner. This is a pretty decent spot.
I want to say I grab right here.
I feel like you probably do. I feel like most people do.
That is the confident. Oh, what am I doing? Arcanist!
I don't even. I fuck with the vision, but the vision wasn't there. Like the wave dash back. I don't think the wave dash back was bad at all.
The turnaround grab definitely was.
Yeah, this looks like you wanted to wave dash back because you were walking forward to bait out a roll.
Yeah.
And so you were wave dashing back to be in a spot to punish it. And then you went to punish the thing that you thought might happen that didn't happen.
That did not happen.
Like everything, if you just did that wave dash and waited, and if he does the roll, you can do your grab or you can do a shine. That's super good use of just like spacing as pressure. Otherwise, you're just kind of giving up a big advantage. I feel like this laser that you do is very scary for you as well.
Yeah, that's a shine waiting to happen.
Yeah,
he's
like
actionable.
You could very much be dead. Instead of that laser, you have a platform to jump onto. You have tilts to wall with. You have you have a lot of stuff. Laser, when they have you in the corner at close range, is pretty fucking scary. You are gambling with your life basically at 0% for no reason. Okay, you're probably getting punished. You can try to like slide off, but it probably won't work because up airs do hit. That is, you do not need to jab. You could have just shined. Like realistically, he did not have time to get his shield up. Like, look at this again. I don't see any world where this jab makes any sense to be.
Yeah, that was just like muscle memory at that point.
Yeah, it has happened enough where like the first one or two times, like I get it, but now it's like this is just habit for habit's sake. Like from now on, anytime you want to do that jab, replace it with either shine or dash back, and you will be a much happier person. Like, because it's easy to say don't do this, but it's easier to actually not do it when you have a replacement. Like dash back for safety, shine if you think you can get the hit. Up tilt's okay too, like I said, but if you get too reliant on it, like it worked there, but that felt like confirmation bias jab,
Yeah.
So let's look at this here. He respawns here at 100. You get hit by anything, pretty much you're dead, right? So you jump above him. This is fine. You've wasted maybe half his iframes. Now you decide not to land on top plat, which is still fine. You do the shine double jump, wave land. But he still has just that last bit of invincibility, and you jump right back down to him. I feel like from there, you maybe jump to a side plat, or even light shielding on platform is a really good way to kill some time when someone just respawned as well. because might be a little scarier since your shield drops are inconsistent. But like light shield on platform is like if they jump up at you for an aerial, it's totally fine because you're shielding, and then you can try to shield drop punish. And if they jump up early to try to get a grab on you, you can shield drop early to get away and like wave land back. And by the time that scenario's played out, they're more or less out of invincibility. But yeah. So the big thing is probably the biggest thing is that jab habit is a little rough. You're not making good use of your invincibility. Like I know you said that you want to use laser. You're like forcing yourself to use more lasers than you need to.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you're like actively figuring out when they are and aren't good, that's fine. But then I see you do those same lasers again in the same game, the same way quite a few times. Like the one in the corner,
Yeah.
or like the corner one when they're also in the corner is great. Like if you're in the corner and they're in like center, it's okay to get some hits while you take some space back. But like, you know,
I've lost dozens of stocks to that laser, just getting shined right just on reaction.
I'm sure you have. Hell, I've lost dozens of stocks to that laser, and I don't even play Falco. But yeah, do you have any questions about that game before we go into one of the other ones?
Don't think so.
Okay. Do you want to look at another game from this set or one of the other ones?
Yeah, specifically game 2, because game 2 I won against him, and they're like,
Okay.
obviously I was making some better decisions.
All right, let's see what happened differently. Screen share still good?
Yep.
All right, cool. So
same start.
Yeah. Like
Gonna up smash.
You know, here it makes a little more sense at least because I think on the other one you like full hopped in a weird way. At least this one, like if they stayed on the platform, it might barely hit them, but probably not. If you want to, you can like run off the platform and do a drop zone laser that hits low as you land down here. If you want to like quickly build momentum, if you think they'll go down. Yeah, I mean it would kind of be like that, except that laser is the first laser and it's a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, laser shine. I feel like I want to look at these lasers again now. So he got stuck in his movement after the first laser connected. You retreat a bit because you weren't sure what was going to happen, I guess. This one hits. He was in his shield. This is an approaching laser. Is a little bit more questionable, even though it worked. Like if he stayed in his shield, it's kind of whatever. I guess you close the gap and can like F tilt his shield. It does punish the wave dash forward pretty well. It kind of feels like it almost feels like this was I'm just gonna shoot a laser and move in rather than I think
yes.
he'll move in, which is like it's kind of the difference between doing it to do it and doing it because you think they will do something else. It can be hard to say in the moment. So I won't harp on it too much, but I think that you could also stand like just as a mix up for those laser approaches. You could do like empty short hop forward, waveland back can be a decent bait where they think they're about to get lasered and then they like do something like a shield or a spot dodge that you can like F smash or running shine or something. So I will say, off of this shine, you know, you get the dare, and the dare does connect to another shine, which was kind of odd because I think it only worked that way because they SGI'd really hard and didn't get up, so they didn't get a chance to tech. I feel like I haven't seen you do shine up tilt like at all, and it is very good, especially in this particular spot right here.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, see, you shined. You're actionable. He's right above you for an up tilt.
I guess yeah. It just is so much in my bones of just start your pillar sequence.
At low percents, up tilt is kind of just better pillar because it combos into itself on most DIs, and on the DIs it doesn't. You can like running shine or something similar at least. And because it loops into itself a few times, usually you kind of skip the percent where the pillar's a little less reliable. Pillars are kind of at their best at the mid percent, you know. Low percent, they're like sometimes they just get out before you actually land because they didn't get high off the ground from the first shine. And
Yup.
high percents, it's kind of like the opposite where you dare them and don't land first if you don't do like the really good mango late shine or late dare thing. But yeah, like he SG'd that up so hard and was like a frame away from being able to tech. So that's like a good example of why the up tilt kind of skips that risk. If that platform wasn't there, that also could have been an up tilt where you went for the up air. So short hop air just doesn't reach that platform. You could have tried a second up air on that side of the platform, and it probably would have been just fast enough. Alternatively, you could try the thing where you do a landing shine on the platform, but it would just send them off the platform, and you'd probably eat a bear. So it's a little risky. Up air having 2 hits means if it doesn't just flat out shield poke, it's more likely to just have them like, first hit touches the shield, they slide off, get hit by second hit. Also, I've noticed again that like it seems they have a habit of shielding while holding hard left, which like before we saw it with their head and their feet on Dreamland. Here we're seeing their feet very exposed again. So against this particular opponent, that could be exploitable. It can be hard to notice in the moment, but if you do notice that they have a particular habit of holding a certain direction from their shielding, kind of goes pretty hard. And most people, when that habit occurs, a lot of people it'll be less about the same direction every time and more about what direction they were facing when they were shielding, because they'll do shield stop out of their dash because that's just the easy way to shield drop, right?
Mm.
Um, so keeping that in mind can be pretty big for Falco because that means you might be able to see some free shield pokes, which especially after a tiny bit of shield pressure or even just shielding a bunch of lasers because they get stuck in movement or whatever, that can be enough to lead you to that tiny bit of awareness can lead you to massive openings. And that's kind of a universal thing, not just Fox. Like, Sheik's shield is fucking disgustingly huge, but most other high tiers you can probably find stuff like that on. Here, they kind of weren't. Like, their feet were a little exposed, but they were about to roll, I guess. Okay, so I'm never seeing you do laser F tilt. And there are some spots where it's just really good. It's like, it's not the big juicy combo starter that a shine on the
But
ground
it's just
is.
a great
Like,
poke.
yeah, like here, this space is so good for it. And like, it's so low risk. It's so safe. It's like 8-10-ish%. It keeps the pressure on, and at a certain point, it starts putting him into knockdown, and that's when it's really fucking good. Oh, you did it, actually. All right. I take it all back.
Take it back. You're goated.
I'm sorry. You the king. You the king. That could be another one. Yeah. So you do know it's good. Honestly, another thing you can replace a lot of your jabs with is F tilt, but I wouldn't do that as much as I would the shine and dash back replacements.
Yeah, just mix up the replacements instead of just defaulting to that jab.
Pretty much, yeah. Every now and then the jab's okay, but you're too reliant on it for kind of no reason. Shine, wave, dash back was good. Alright, when this dash attack whiffed, I would honestly say you probably buffer a roll to the right is a good answer. But yeah, he was just too fast for even that to work. Okay, get up attack's best move in the game.
6 shorten?
Oh, I think you might have been able to shine them. You had the SGI out on the drill, it looks like. I'm assuming this was supposed to be you landing with a laser over here.
Yeah.
Another way you can close this gap a little easier, like you can just dash straight off, fast fall, waveland forward, and be about here.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. It's really good. You don't need like some perfect waveland forward. If you do like anywhere in this range, you can at least down tilt, and down tilt's always going to be a good like thing to punish a tech in place with this Falco. It's just really fucking juicy. Honestly, if you hadn't shortened it, you might have been able to get the edge cancel on the other platform. It would have been probably not, but
no, you need to walk off of the side ledge or the side of the platform to get the edge cancel. I was just above it. Yeah.
Yeah, you were a little. I honestly feel like it could. This looks like it would go either way. Yeah. This is not the way somebody would practice it. It's like you were slightly farther left than you're supposed to be, but you're also in the air more, so you have to drift. That doesn't really matter, but. Mhm. You were consistently doing no DI on these up throws, which isn't necessarily bad, but I want to know if there's a certain thought process behind it.
Maybe I'm just a scrub. Sometimes it feels like I can't get the DI out fast enough, which is just I guess I should just start to like preempt it way more.
Hmm.
Like that I've been playing against like a puff in my like group, and I'll just get no DI up throw arrested, and I'm like I'm pretty sure I don't want that to happen,
Yeah,
but here
are
we
you
are.
reacting? Are you reacting to are you starting to DI in reaction to the throw or the grab?
I feel like to the grab, but
Hmm.
even then, maybe just old man reactions.
It's possible. I mean, honestly, it's just hard sometimes. The throws are pretty fucking fast.
Yeah.
Um,
I
if
guess in
you
that specific spot where it's like, I had the end leg from the side B, there was no reason to not start the DI on whatever he was going to hit me with.
Yeah, it's either that or like buffer a spot dodge or something.
And
Um,
even then, if I'm buffering, that's like a slight ASDI influence.
that's true. Um, but what was I gonna say? You can like yeah, preemptive DI, especially when you know you're vulnerable to something, is good. But especially if you know what the go-to throw is, like you should just always know the DI that you want for that throw. And if it winds up being a different throw, you just try to react to the different throw. But having like a default DI is the ideal. They're running hard in, and you're doing an approaching laser. If this is a high one, you're probably getting pooped on. If it's low, you might get like laser down tilt or something. Oh yeah, you don't have time for this aerial, but you have time for a lot of different things that are also good.
Hmm.
Like when I saw this frame, I was like, oh, he's doing a laser turnaround up tilt. This guy's a genius.
I struggle to get the turnaround up tilt consistently. There's just some
Hmm.
part of the analog spectrum. There's like the perfect pixel that it's hard for me to hit.
Do you accidentally get tap jump or?
I accidentally get up angled F tilt in the other direction.
Huh. That's interesting. Where are you bringing it on your gate for your stick? Trying to
Like
visualize it because I don't know everything
in
about
this
this at all.
situation, I would be trying to go for like northeast, like that kind of section.
Hmm. So you're going to like the top right,
Yeah.
basically. So instead,
Is
if you
there
want to
like
get
a
turnaround up
secret?
tilt, after like a laser, you want to go like maybe first you hold like 30% of the way to the right to get the turnaround without getting a dash, and after that you start to bring it to straight up without doing it so fast that you get tap jump.
Interesting. So,
It's
like,
like
I
a
guess I'm
little.
trying
It's
to.
almost like a B, like like a lowercase b without the like line
Yeah,
on the. You know what I
interesting. I
mean?
guess I'm like trying to put it in a spot where the turnaround and the up tilt happen at the same coordinate rather than being at a one step, two step thing.
Yeah, because you can just do it really fast. Turning around is gonna take a frame either way. Um,
A
so like
frame all
if
the
you end
time
up,
in the world.
huh?
This is a stupid joke.
Okay, but like if you do that and maybe you spend one more frame longer making sure you get to the up tilt area, it's fine. It's very rare that that one frame will matter. Like, but honestly, you should practice doing it that way. You're not going to be perfect right away, but the more you do it, the more consistent it'll be. The faster you'll get it out.
Mm,
We'll figure it out. And that was a good iteration of the like retreating dare to bait
yeah.
stuff out of shield. Let's see, laser. Okay, yeah. I mean, if they full hop and you jump in with a laser, you're gonna get back aired. That's just gonna happen every time. So I think this laser is fine. You know, you're doing
I'm
a reverse
probably
laser
gonna
off the
shoot
respawn
another
point.
really bad one after this one.
Now we see they are jumping towards you. You are invincible. You have many options. If that was short hop, I feel like it works. You also could try up tilt. I think that you should try in a lot of the scrambles. You are too. You want the aerial too badly. Is really what it comes down to.
Yes.
Because like you want aerial shine, just take the shine when it's there. It's just faster. It'll just work as well, if not better. And a lot of the time, it really just comes down to the speed of it. Like we've seen a million little scenarios where you guys had a little scrap, you could have shined, but you started the dare first instead. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah, I don't know why you jabbed that one. Like honestly, you could even just let an F smash rip when they fucked up that shine. So this full hop is pretty fucking terrifying for you to do. Because they full hop and shine you, you might just die. Okay, that drill's probably going to hit. If you preemptively start SGIing, you might be able to avoid the last hit and get a shine of your own out. It's a little awkward, though. You SGI'd it down and got on the ground first, and I think that might be why it worked. It was kind of... Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah. You don't gotta do that, jab. Like, you just got a pillar from there. If you do that, I've seen people do like one jab and then shine, which at least a little better, but yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot Mate has his Unfrozen Stadium.
Woo!
Great stage.
Woo!
Good tech. Yeah, you're using the wall to stay safe.
Yeah.
You're like a little extra cautious. Then you outplayed him there. So that's we like to call ledge dashes. Missed ledge dashes the outplay.
The outplay.
Oh wow! I tried to reverse and it freaked out.
Yeah.
Looks like
They were saying at Lost Tech City, stock acquired, stock acquisition.
Stock acquired. That's pretty good. Oh, something massive that you can do right here. All right, so you get this. You're on this platform. At this point is when you kind of started to realize they probably just want to side beat a ledge.
Yeah.
You could drop down and do an edge cancel dare. And it would probably kill him.
That's scary.
Yeah, it is. But it's also really good. Probably the easiest way to do it would be a shield drop dare, but I don't know if that's actually the easiest with your controller. You managed to take the lead by abusing the stage transformation quite well.
Don't freeze Stadium. I love Unfrozen Stadium. I embrace the jank.
You know, I feel like I do better with the jank and I still want to ban. Alright, you got a decent chunk of damage. Okay. Alright, you're closing them in. You went from the corner to take to like a dead even center stage control with them and shield. They are after like you've hit their shield a few times in a row. They're about to bite. They want to move out of their shield somehow. If you can read how, you can like really fuck them up. If you think it's either just try to dare whichever one, or even F smash if you think it's a roll behind you or a spot dodge. Wave dash in, gets caught by that laser. Hmm. So when this dare connects, you like entered a true crouch, but then the last hit of dare got you. A tiny bit of SJ to avoid the last hit could mean you get a free down tilt or something.
Hmm.
Are you confident in Shine Out a Shield?
Somewhat. Not consistently getting grounded shine at a shield, but
Hmm.
I definitely am good at just throwing it out there. Like
Hmm.
maybe 2, 3 frames off.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a little slow, it's still quite good. Like
Mm-hmm.
when they're wave dashing like through you, like Shine Out a Shield, catching that is actually massive. Whether or not you get the perfect grounded one. So one thing you also can do, which I think might help a bit of consistency with your pillars, like here where you hit this dare, but they're gonna have time to tech first.
Yeah.
You can just crouch after the down air instead of trying to shine instantly. So like if you're just crouching here, if they miss the tech, you can shine on reaction to it. If they tech in place, you can shine on reaction to it, and you can react to tech rolls with like dares or something to that extent. At this point, they're at a fairly high percent. If so, what at a spot in this game specifically with like a percents looking like this, what do you think you should be aiming to do in terms of like how you want to be positioning yourself on the stage?
That's where I'm like really weak. I don't like, guys. I've done like VOD review sessions, and people have asked me these kinds of questions, like, "What are you looking for? What hits are you looking for? What openings are you trying to get?" I wish I could answer that.
Just give me a guess. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it's good
Like
to like at least think it through, even if you don't come to a good answer. It's a good exercise.
mid%. I mean, that's usually I can just start, something off of like up tilt, like down tilt usually gets a combo started. Shine gets me at least like into an edge guard situation.
Hmm.
Um,
So those are all good combo starters, but I'm more asking about less what moves you want to hit and how you want to how do I put that? How you want to get you and your opponent positioned on the stage? Like, are you trying to hard focus on getting center? Do you want to play towards platforms? Do you want to get him in the corner?
I
Do you
guess
want to
I
be?
would probably like my general mindset is to try and get to center stage and maintain that best as I can.
Mhm. Okay, that's not bad. Now, when we consider it that way, or where you want to get to center stage, how can you reliably get center stage control?
By hitting him off of it.
I mean, true,
Um,
that will work, but I was more thinking like you have the gun.
yeah,
He does not have nearly as good of a gun. I guess he still has a gun.
still has a gun, airsoft gun.
Yeah, his
His mom
airsoft
gave it to
gun.
him.
You have like a fucking paintball filled with lead paint. Um, like you can, especially from a lot of spots in this set, they don't always seem the most comfortable dealing with lasers. If you notice that an opponent is struggling with that, first off, abuse them by shooting a million lasers.
Hmm.
But in a spot like this, if you want center stage and they have it, you can just try rapidly shooting some lasers at them, see what happens. Maybe if they roll into you, you can shine it. If they like roll away or wave dash back or otherwise retreat, you can take that space, shoot some more lasers, keep them pinned down, try to call out like full hops and other escape air like options with things like your F tilts and your back airs. By doing that, you're tacking on damage and you establish your stage control in center, and from there you can force them even closer to the corner. And when you add in like however many lasers you hit in a straight aerial or two, if that all goes according to plan, they're probably at least pretty close to 80% or so and in the corner. And that means they are one decent hit from being pretty damn far off stage for a solid edge guard. That's not to say that's the only way to play it in this scenario, but that is a solid game plan for a percent and position like this, where they're at fairly high. They're not just going to die to a stray hit, but they're pretty close to, they're at a point where a strong hit in the corner is an edge guard. which means you have the tools to get them into the corner, and you can try to use those tools to get them there as a first step, rather than like shooting some lasers and then deciding now I'm going to throw out an aerial. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I apologize. I had like a text pop up on my phone.
Oh, you're
Just can
good.
you give me like the down and dirty rerun of that like last segment?
Yeah. Let me get back to the position it was at. All right, they're at about 50. You're at low percent. Fox is at a point where, if you hit them with like a decently strong aerial in center stage, they're getting knocked back a bit, but they're still on stage ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
You have lasers. You can lock them down with them. This player in particular isn't the best at dealing with them. You can really start abusing lasers in a spot like this. On the lookout for things like them rolling in from lasers, which you can deal with something like a shine or a quick aerial. Otherwise, if they get stuck in their shield or it's just stuck in their movement in general, if you basically want to use your lasers and things like laser F tilt and AC back air to force them slowly but surely into the corner, all the while tacking on some damage. If this all were to go properly and work out according to plan, maybe it's because of the F tilts, maybe they just are retreating naturally because of the laser pressure. You carry them into the corner, probably they wind up somewhere between like mid 60s to low 80s percent wise. And at that point, if they're in the corner at a percent like that, one back air has them deep enough off stage that you can reliably edge guard it very well.
Mm.
So that is like a good way to approach a spot like this where they're at mid percent. We have a goal, which is get them in the corner so that we can, because if they're in the corner, we can get them off stage. And if we can get them off stage, we can edge guard them. And they're at a good percent where one decent hit can do that. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I absorbed most of that. It was just the like kind of slowly walling them out to the center, to the side of the stage, like the one
Mhm.
thing that I missed.
Yeah, because like with all that, you are taking center while forcing them where you want them to be.
Mm-hmm.
Now here, they're full hopping. If we are, let's say we're hard committed to the plan we just talked about. We don't even want to entertain any other idea, just for the sake of this thought exercise. Obviously, that's not how it is in a real game. What would you say is a good choice in a spot like this now?
Now that they're full hopping, I mean, I
Yeah,
could
they
just
just
run
full hop
underneath
above
them.
you. Yeah, you run behind them. You are now in center, and they're closer to a corner. It's a different corner than before, but you still are roughly in the stage positions we were looking for. Another thing we can do, which we could also, while going under them, you could even try like a full hop back air to shove them farther into the corner. You
Mm-hmm.
do run the risk of them back airing you first, but that is a risk, but it's not a huge risk. So there's like two ways that you can play towards that game plan without. One is like a little safer. One is like low risk, medium-ish reward. Both are totally fine ways to accomplish the goal that we just set. But yeah, now they're on this platform, so you can definitely still just retreat. Looks like you got caught barely as you were starting your wave dash, but that's fine. Stage position wise, we're still about where we want to be. So if they're running in, you can wall them out with either more lasers. You have F tilt, you have AC back air. All of them are good options. Well, bear up tilt, yeah, super safe. You are not letting them into your space. They're retreating, and they're moving in here. So what do you think happens in this scenario where you're in the end lag of a back air and they're jumping at you?
Um, Probably a nair or a drill.
Mhm.
Maybe a
Well,
double jump fast fall, but I don't know if they'd have enough time for that.
yeah, probably not the. I don't. I mean, they might do it, but they wouldn't have enough time that they should do it. Rather. Now, keeping in mind those choices, what are some things you can do, even now that you are in the end lag of this aerial and can't even like waveland out of it or anything?
Um, I guess the question is, do I still have the capacity to avoid a hit, or do I need to prepare to take a hit?
Well, in a spot like this, oh, they full up for some reason. So this guy's really ruining my example here, I gotta say. Well, let's pretend they were short hopping, so they're here instead, and you're just now landing. And if they were to nair, their hitbox would be right here. So they're pretty likely to barely catch you if you start dashing away. It'd be pretty close, right? So you could still try to dash away, maybe even with a retreating back air to poke them off. Honestly,
I feel
even
like
if
my shine is so tiny that I wouldn't be a good counter option.
Well, you'd be surprised
Be surprised.
because they're drifting towards you.
He's also sticking his tippy toes out in that situation.
Yeah. Sticking the tippy toes out. If you are holding down, they're drifting forward. It's not just holding down. If you're holding down and towards them to mitigate the amount of like slide traction that like shoves you back, you, especially considering your percent is quite low, you're pretty damn likely to actually get a counter shine off of like eating a nair. If it's drill, it's a little less likely, but if it's drill, you also have time. You have more time to like retreat. So if you're like this guy's always drilling here, you probably just retreating bear. If you're like this guy's probably gonna nair here, probably just hold down and towards them. Once again, there's plenty of other choices that could wind up playing out depending on what they do. Like they could full hop, in which case, you could even full hop back air in the same way that you would do the short hop retreating back air. But yeah, they do full hop drill and you retreat. Great, that you just chose the option that beats their option. But this jump, you squandered your opportunity because you had already gotten out of the way. Because like, let's get back to that spot. So you got out of this way because by the time they're up here and their drill starting, they can only drift down to about here is the edge of their hit range. They're completely out of the way, or you're completely out of the way. So you can, as soon as this jump starts, just be back airing towards them. You didn't even have to drift all this way forward. But even so, like you could even wave. Oh, reverse laser is all right.
I love how literally one frame advanced and it's just
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad choice here. Like, it's a very safe choice.
Yeah.
Another one that you can do, which is a little harder, is out of the short hop, you could wave land back and up tilt, right where they are landing.
Yeah.
But the laser is definitely it's a bit more. I'd say it's more consistent with less reward, which is fine. It's a totally fine way to play it. But it's good to discuss all the different ways, all the different choices we have to mess with. Two lasers, you're back in center. Basically, after that whole exchange that we just broke, that like 2-second long exchange we broke down for like 15 minutes, we were back in the same position, and you hit them with 2 more lasers. So, dub for you.
Dub.
Alright, you called in the dash. They've been doing a lot of long dash-ins, so I think that like this kind of short-range dare is a pretty good answer to it. This right here is what I was talking about before, where like you can just hit the dare and then wait for the tech.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you were a little slow and they got out. No DI. You're teching in place almost every time off of this up throw onto platform. Which is why we're getting this like juicy up air. Even if you do the no DI, if you just tech roll now and then, and that up air whiffs, you just like dash attack them or grab them or do whatever. Really, it works out a lot better. Okay, get up roll. That's a cross up. You escape, and you are equidistant from center stage. They're moving in. You moved a little slow off of your get up. Yeah.
There's another retreating laser.
So the problem with some of these retreating lasers, there are times where it's safe, and there are times where
I'm just sacrificing space where I don't need to.
Yeah, it's like in a sense this one's safe, but now you've limited a lot of your choices. Like this might be a time where maybe you try to anti them with an up tilt. You could also try like jumping to the platform. But you're being a little too hasty to retreat. Whereas, let's go back a second. If you were to turn around laser in place,
Yeah.
like instantly, because you're a little slow. Let's say you're already jumping, and that laser connects like right in front of you while they're in the air. That's like an F tilt, maybe even a down tilt follow up. Get them back towards that corner. So this is like an example of like where you don't need to be approaching or retreating. And it seems scary because they're coming at you.
Yeah.
But if your laser is hitting them, that's not only fine, that's good. Like when they're doing that, especially in the air. So you dash dancing. Okay, this dude just blew his full hop and double jump, which is kind of massive. So he basically low-key has to gamble basically his whole stock on winning this interaction, like, and winning it well. Because if you get a solid trade or even just a clean hit, that can convert crazily. Like if you like do some kind of like dash forward, turn around, shield stop bear, and your bear just outright hits and doesn't even trade, then you land and can follow up with like a nair or something over in this section of the stage, gets them off stage, gets the edge guard, gets the stock. Yeah. Yeah, so you offer dare here, and this is
you're taking center stage right now.
I mean, kinda, yeah. Like sometimes, dare is a good combo starter, but first off, doing it in this way where you're doing a rising full hop dare, you're not gonna get the combo.
Yeah, I've been trying. That's been a problem that I've been having. Whereas, like, I want to contest with rising down air when that's just not where the hitbox is.
Yeah, like if you could do the same thing but with nair or bear,
and nair would have just sent him at least to the platform.
Yeah,
if not heading towards ledge.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna depend on the exact DI, but like those are all carrying them towards where you want them to be. So those are all good. Let's see. Yeah, now here they're actually actionable first, which is kind of crazy, all things considered. Looks like it's gonna scoop you just barely. So you're gonna have to be ready to choose your tech option, because if they get a solid follow up, you can die pretty easily here. But you got the SGI up on the jab reset, crazy. And so you're starting your shield, which is a little scary. I think the ideal here, where you're both running at each other, is whoever hits running shine first wins, basically. But you shielded and he grabbed. Like if you did running shine, your shine just beats the grab 10 times out of 10. Yeah, that dash attack is too tempting. Like it's just so much easier than doing the stuff that covers everything.
Yeah. But he's right there. I want to hit him.
Dude, don't I know it? Don't I know it? But
darn, he's not there anymore.
Exactly. Like, we'll look at this again. Let's, boom, boom. All right. They're about to have to tech. You are now actionable. You can start dashing towards them without committing to the dash attack.
Yeah.
Let's say you're doing that, and then you're like, oh, they're rolling in now. And then you can just wave dash back and shine them at the end of their tech roll. And then that's shine bear, shine nair, whatever, to get them off stage best. And then we're back in business. They're off stage. Okay. They don't get the good hitbox, so you live. Let's see. So you can either go to ledge, go straight, go high, go some combination of any of them.
I feel like I would want ledge here. Yup.
Yeah. I mean, ledge is definitely the one. That's the choice where when it works best, or when it works out the way you want it to, it is the best result possible.
Sick.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Nair, just nair there.
Nair, F tilt, fucking jab, shine. up tilt,
What else
down
is in
tilt,
Falco's
down
moveset?
smash, F smash. Most moves that aren't down air are all spectacular there. Well, yeah, you know how Marth players just throw out F smash and down tilt?
Yeah.
You're just throwing out down air and jab.
Yeah.
And, we can work on that. It's fine. But the first step is recognizing why we can't just do that. Good CC on the side B.
That's like one of the things I really want to work on is like I was saying earlier, is have way more purpose behind my decisions.
I feel like we're bringing down a lot of the situations where they've been coming down, but
Of
course, if
bless his heart.
at any time where like there's something I haven't gone over or a question that you have, always please speak up, like
For sure.
yeah.
No, I again, like for this first session, I just feel like I'm attending a college class. It's like, yeah, can you go back to the last slide? Yeah, I just need a little bit more time to copy that down. Yeah.
This is gonna be on the test.
Can I just put this? Can I record this on my cell phone, sir? Okay. No, I swear to God, I'm not playing Candy Crush.
But yeah. All right, so if they were below 100, I think the timing on this dare is fine.
Mm-hmm.
You also could just crouch here. If they get up attack, whatever. If they normal get up, whatever. If they get up roll,
just
whatever.
do nothing more.
It's doing nothing and holding down are two of the best things in this fucking game. Test is every day. Yeah. Oh, 22k redeems Cringer Pog. What are you asking is Cringer Pog 22?
22k's in both checks right now.
Alright, let's see what the next option is. And we'll decide if it's Cringer Pog. Alright.
It's a jab!
So.
No! Oh, never mind, it works!
I'm gonna have to give it a cringe, I'm sorry. If you had done, like, F tilt after the jab, I would have said Pog. The jab, honestly, I don't hate that jab, but on hit, I don't know why you're lasering. And I don't know if you know either.
I do.
Let's see. Alright, so they full hop your laser, but you're already jumping forward. You can try to pull back all your drift to avoid a possible aerial. It might be, you could even go for a double jump in order to regain all control of your drift, but it's a lot scarier then because then you're double jumping.
No, it was cringe.
Let's see what you do. Okay, for some reason they double jump. No, you're gonna land and they're gonna be coming down. You probably want to buffer like a roll away or instant dash away or something to that extent. Maybe up tilt if you're feeling saucy. Yeah, Shine is just not enough of an anti-air there. Okay, you dash away. Now you dash in, get the punish. You got something. Didn't get the
7%. Woo!
Hey, 16%. Alright, now we have a great stage situation.
Let's go windmill.
Oh no. Okay, so tournament winner auto cancels on the windmill. Alright. So this is like having a top platform.
Yeah.
Which is something you don't have during the rest of the stage. So you can abuse that if you want to do some like drop down, jump up shenanigans. Up tilt, to block it. The second one always gets them.
Yo, bracket up tilts.
That looks pretty fucking good. I mean, up tilt's a good move for a reason. Alright, so here, looking at this situation, what are some things that you think they might do, and what are some things that you think would be good to deal with those things?
Like he's crouching there.
I think that might be the start of a dash.
Start of
it's
a
hard
dash.
to say because of the percents.
It's
right
also
there.
a little pixely on my end, so there it is.
Oh.
It cleared up.
Oh, okay, yeah, my Discord is usually good, but not always.
Right up of a dash. That could be. drop through, fade back, dare.
Mm-hmm.
It could be drop through, shine, go back and wave land on top. That could be retreating laser over to windmill. That could be run forward, down air, complete whiff.
So out of those options, the laser one I think might be the worst because you are in a really good spot here overall, and just giving that up to shoot a laser is not a great call. The drop through down airs, like both the drift back and no drift one, I think, if they hard sprint completely forward, it's quite good. But just because someone's dashing forward doesn't mean they're going to keep going forward. Run off dare is a good bet if you think they're going to be like just weaving in and out with a dash dance. Alternatively, you can do that same runoff but do back air instead, so it covers a bit more space and can catch them for dashing under. The dare is better in that spot with the drop zone one if you are expecting some kind of aerial, because since it hits below you, it will connect without trading. But back air covers more movement choices, so those are like the difference between them and why each of them can be quite good. The drop down shine is also pretty good as well. It's fast and one of the lower committal options that can combo. It can be a little tricky. If the shine misses and they're going for an aerial, you could get beat up a bit, so it's not without its own risk though. Okay, let's see how it plays out. Yeah, like, if you had done that without jumping, I think there's a pretty fucking solid, like if you just did the drop zone one, I think that just actually works. Definitely works if you do bear.
That's been like twice or 3 times now where we just like, all right, let's discuss what could happen here. Like, well, I could do this, or I can do that, or I can do this. Then we click play, and this unholy abomination comes forth.
Hey, it's when I'm asking this, it's a lot less about what actually happens and more about the practice of problem solving the situation. So we're good.
And I think
it
I
is
need to
funny
be doing
though.
that more. So.
Alright, so drop down, back air, up tilt. Just jumping a bit. So, are you somebody who wants to wait the transformation out? Usually, or is it?
No, run it.
Is that for every transformation you want to just fight it out?
I want the pit fight. I want the tree fight. I want the windmill fight.
Okay, I got you. Base?
Base.
Okay, dash attack's okay. Laser connects. When you did that dash attack, that can also be running shine back air as just like an easier way to guarantee to hit, so you can't just crouch it. But overall, not terrible. The dash attack is kind of just like the lazy man's running shine. And I get it. I do it too. Running shine's hard. The tech roll, get grabbed, but the windmill's there. So if you don't tech in place, I will be happy. Yeah, that's fine. No tech into tech roll away, and now the windmill's pulling up. You might slide out. Okay. Yeah, windmill, transformations are funky. That was just flexing and swag. I like it. Alright, this is a hide bear on your shield. You can shine out a shield, you can bear out a shield. You can, like order a pizza and then bear out a shield. That's good. Yeah, that second shine just kind of wasted time that you didn't want to waste.
Yeah, I just dropped that.
Yeah. If you just did the one, you get your jump out of shine bear and you're good to go. Yeah, this is a mate.
Hopium.
Okay. Okay, you don't hold down. I don't know that it would have mattered at that percent, but it probably wouldn't have hurt. Okay, tech and play shine. We love to see it. Now you edge guard him. Oh my. I did not expect you to be so alpha. Like, these lasers were beautiful. This one too. Like, like, you just go for it when you didn't even need, for like no reason. You're like, fuck this dude. I'm just like, oh, he's probably gonna like run off, double jump there to like cover it, but you're like, I'm getting his ass. Yeah, that was solid. So, Uh, how do you feel about that game? Do you have any questions about it? From what we've said
I
so far?
thought, well, not to like, roast anything, but just like I feel like I did a lot better that game than what it turned out to be.
What do you mean by that?
So like, I just lost the first game in that set, and then I beat him in the second game, and I like walked away from that saying like, yeah, I did a much better job that game. Like, that game is proof that I could have taken the set, and then just like sitting down and going through all the nitty gritty, it's just like, sheesh, I was making so many bad plays, somehow still taking it.
I mean, neither of you are like, the perfect players. Like in the game one, there are plenty of spots where like, they made mistakes that you could have capitalized off of, and in that one, there's mistakes you made. At the end of the day, it comes down to who makes less of the mistakes and who hits harder off of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you look at like almost any level of play, you will see a bunch of dumb stuff. Like, hell, you can watch like Wally Zane and be like, "Wow, these guys are really doing this shit, huh?" But yeah, I think that might be a sign of like the way you put it though might be a sign of a bit of how it feels like you conflate results of the game a bit to be more than what they really represent. You know what I mean? Because that's something that we talked about a good bit earlier during the PowerPoint stuff.
Yeah.
And like, it's just true. It's good that you're aware of that, and just don't get too hung up on that. Like we said, the results only tell a bit of the story. That's why things like close 3-0s exist. They don't tell the whole. Like, some 3-0s are pretty fucking close.
Whenever I say, "Oh, it was a close 3-0," it always feels like there's like this invisible pushback that like close 3-0 is like some weird fake John.
I don't feel like it's a John. I feel like it can just be an accurate description of a set. Like, I've seen if there's 3 games, somebody wins 3-0, but each of those games they were last stock 150. That's a pretty fucking close 3-0. That's one back air away on each of those games or whatever. Doesn't matter too much though at the end of the day, but just that's just what Melee comes down to sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to keep looking at games, or
honestly,
do you want to?
Yeah. So my fingers were hurting earlier today, so I am super down to just stay on the cerebral side of things. Just give me more and more stuff to just think over and rewatch this whole VOD about. So we can do the Peach set.
Do you want the Peach set you said?
Yeah.
All
that
right,
was
so
33 foes. So game 1 I get 4 stocked. I don't know what kind of valuable information can be taken from that, but we'll see.
There's probably a lot of valuable information in that, honestly. We're gonna see what you're doing wrong, and then we can talk about how to not do it wrong. And that is pretty fucking important. IMO. Yeah. Okay, so playing back with lasers.
Perfect shield, back air.
Yeah, let me look at this again. That is a very high dare.
It is.
That is, yeah. So make sure those are lower. You also can try to hold shield after something like that, especially if you know that they're going for those bears. I don't know that you quite had enough time. Probably could have gone either way. Let's see. Holding down on down smash. I mean, you only held down for like an extra hit of it. That's kind of fine. And which makes sense because like if a Peach is doing a dash attack, then you kind of do want to hold down. And those dash attack and down smash are like the moves that Peach likes to use. And one of them you hold down and die, and one of them you don't hold down and die. So
that's why I hate Peach, man. This is the 50-50s of the devil.
I mean, I wouldn't say you're wrong. But we gotta beat the devil.
We have to beat the devil.
Alright. So there's the dash attack. So here, as soon as they started floating up here, you should be probably going low, even after the double jump. Because they're not close enough to hit you for the double jump, But if you start a side B, you can get nared. If you even if you try for a low side B, like to sweet spot super low,
Yeah,
you
still
can
down
try to
air.
down air it. You might be able to squeak by with like a low shorten, but I mean, it's kind of a could go either way with that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go low, you can try to do like some angle mix-ups with up and in and try to burn and grab ledge, or straight up and hope that they were trying to cover up and in. Or you can just get reverse it by the nair. Okay, you got stuck in your movement. You're eating this up air. Trying to top plat, but you don't quite make it. But at this point, you're about to be out of hit stun, so you could try to shine them out of it before you get followed up on. Yeah, like right there, I would say, you know, you double jumped away, but you could just shine and then double jump dare, and all of a sudden this is your combo instead of you just narrowly avoiding death.
I've tried to do shines out of hit stun, but then it just ends up with me getting hit holding straight down.
Ah, well, you probably weren't out of hit stun then.
That would be the case. So like, how can I kind of be more confident in those situations? Is it just like you just gotta know just hit stun feel in general?
Kind of. There are some tools that you can use to see the amount of hit stun, but it's like such a sliding scale where moves have a certain amount of hit stun and that amount of hit stun is increased with damage. So it kind of is feel based, but like, let me see if I can. All right, so here, when you get dash attacked, you get up aired. I would say from a move like Peach up air, you're usually in hit stun until like shortly after you stop going upwards. Like now, slash right about here, you definitely are. Right at that last one I paused at, it was kind of like right about at the edge of it. That is, you know, it's not the scientific answer we'd like, because I just don't have that answer, to be quite frank. But a lot of it kind of does come down to feel, and if you are holding down and you get hit by an aerial here, I mean, it's kind of fine anyways. Plus, like, if you only need to hit down long enough to hit down and B, and then you can immediately be holding up for a jump anyways. And if we account for, like, let's say you try to do that shine and you try to instant jump after the shine, regardless of if it hits or not, which you probably want to be anyways, because shine's going to hit them up, and then you want to be up there. You'll be able to follow up best if you jump as fast as you can, realistically. So if you do that shine and jump and it hits, great. If you go to do the shine and you start holding up and you are being hit, during even just the few frames of like contact of the hit before you are moving, from that time you're going from holding down to holding up, so you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So just like don't hold down longer than you need to shine, basically. That trade is rough. No tech. Alright, so here you only really have basically, you kind of have 4 angles. So you can go straight and probably get nared. You can go slightly up and try to drift over, which probably still get nairs, but you might get reverse hit again, which would be nice. Or you could do mostly straight, slightly down, and try to sweet spot the edge, which could work. It'd be kind of tricky. The other big one is you go high up here and then try to drift in a sneaky way. The mangle, if you will. Yeah, let's see what you go for. Up like this. They drifted back a bit on reaction, which was very good from them. Since they drifted back like this, when they reacted to your angle, this meant that they are not going to accidentally reverse nair you.
Yeah.
But you did make them have to work for that edge guard, as realistically pretty hard with that angle. Alright, dash attack. Alright, the jab, you're holding shield. Do you have your light shield against Peach? I don't know if you can light shield on the... Can you light shield on that?
I have a light shield button.
Okay, you should be willing to use that against Peach, because if you light shield, you are probably not going to get poked from down smash. Okay, F throw dash attack. They did that a couple times in a row, I think.
Yeah, so there's like this like low percent pipeline that Peach has in close range that I just can't seem to ever get on top of, where it's like a mix of jab, jab, grab, dash attack, down smash, and just like a combination of any of those. And it's like, I feel like the answer is just run away in fear.
Well, what if I told you there's a really good way to run away in fear?
What's the good way to run away in fear?
Well, all those options you listed happen on the ground. And Falco can jump really high. It's really that simple. And like, the hardest thing for Peach to deal with in this matchup is Falco camping the top platform. It's just hard. Like, there's just not too much you can do about it when it's done very well. Which, unfortunately, usually involves, to some extent, some shield dropping. But, you know, that's what the Shy Dash is for. That's probably the number one new tech that you need to work on in terms of pure tech skill.
Okay.
Because shield dropping really is just that important, unfortunately. But if you have that, and you can do it reliably, you can drop down Shine, see if it hits. If it hits, you combo. If it doesn't, you jump back up. You can keep doing that kind of realistically. You can sometimes you just drop all the way down, shoot a laser, jump back up. If they're close, you can come down with different aerials as a mix-up. Really, you can just be so patient that they get mad and they do something dumb.
That's my job. What are you talking about? I do the jump stuff, and I
well,
lose.
You just got promoted, and it's time to hire. Right here. You could try up tilt to wall out the back air, or you could back air yourself. Both would work pretty well. Go for up tilt. They didn't float. Interesting. Now they're where you want to be. And if you jump up there, you have to deal with down smash, and that's scary.
Yeah. I do it anyways.
So brave. Let's see, when that cross up happens, they are in their float. You can probably just do a turnaround laser to take the float, and then you can try to punish them when they land with like an aerial shine or a dash grab.
What is the best way to deal with that like obnoxious Peach float height where she's just above the max height of like high lasers?
Let me, like there? Or
no, it's not necessarily something that happens in this game, but that's like, that murders me, is Peach just like hovers in that zone directly above my lasers, and it's either like, I feel like I have to commit to like a full hop aerial, or just lose the space.
You can also just like turn around up. You can like do wave dash up tilt stuff. It's pretty hard for them to deal with. It hits not quite as high, but if you're posturing with the up tilt, for them to even approach with an aerial, they are risking quite a bit. You also can short hop shine at them.
Short hop shine, okay.
Yeah, like short hop shine, then double jump out of the shine and combo. It's fast, you know. Shine, as it turns out, the frame one move that combos as best as you could ever want is a good move in a lot of scenarios.
What?
I know.
No.
I'm shocked too. Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, like, you also can just like kind of let them float there. You know, a bit of that standing still. Turn around with your back to them so you can up tilt under action and just wait. You can jump up to top platform. You're like, all right, now I am the one who is above. All right, the narrative shield's pretty good for them. That instant double jump is questionable. Anytime you get like hit in that knockdown where you slide off right at the edge, you can just grab the ledge and, you know, then you're invincible on the ledge for a second and can try to come up a different way. Because now you double jump and they're jumping to match you, and if they can hit you with an air,
Pretty sure I get fared here. Just invincible legs. Love to see it.
True. Big brain. How do you feel about dealing with turnips as a whole?
I need to work on item catch. I'm the one. I do need a gun to get respect on the street.
So with item catch, when do you attempt to item catch much?
No. It's something that I've like done one session with 22K because his Peach only knows how to throw turnips. It's just not in my brain space. And like it's just like the worst kind of like risk reward for me, because if I fuck it up, I just get hit by a turnip that I jumped into.
Well, so on the ground you hit the A button to catch it. In the air you can hit the Z button, which
Yep.
I don't think you can hit the A button in the air to catch it. I might be wrong though, but that's. I need to look up a picture of the Smash Stick real quick.
I mean,
to visualize some stuff.
I can give you a picture right here.
Okay. Oh yeah, true.
It's right there. Congratulations.
Oh, I have a Twitch ad.
Wow. Twitch ad for Overwatch 2? Ugh. I'm sorry.
Me too, man.
Unfortunately, we are streaming Overwatch 2 tomorrow.
Oh no.
But I'm not hosting, so it's sick.
Here, I'm just pulling up this one over here. Is this
Yars.
look about right?
Yes,
Or is this like a
that
different
is
build?
exactly the model that I'm using. Actually, no, it's not. It's the beta model, but I don't want to talk about it.
Is this close enough?
It is exactly the same.
Alright, so these C-stick right, up, left, down. What are these?
So from thumb to pinky, it is A, L, Y, B, light shield.
And the two black buttons are.
The left black button is Z, other one is X. I just don't really that one.
I see. I feel like the easiest way to catch would probably be YZ in that case. Like jump and then hit Z. Just like in terms of how the button layout is, but I might be wrong.
It's just something I need to practice. It's not. Yeah. I've never really invested much time in it.
Understandable. I mean, it's not like turbo crazy important, but
right. But it's one of those things.
Pretty useful.
Like, being able to do good laser movement. It's like it works really well against one character. It doesn't affect the entire other 25 characters in the game. But then the Falco Ditto happens, and I suck at dealing with lasers.
True. I mean, so as far as turnips go, you don't have to just catch them. You can like F-tilt them. You can nair through them. You can just fucking shine them, but usually that is less good than it seems on paper.
Right.
Most
of the time they want you to shine it, so you get stuck.
I'd say the most useful the most useful turnip catch that you could learn if you were to learn one specific one is like when you're on the ledge and Peach is pulling turnip, throwing turnip, pulling turnip, throwing turnip.
Yeah.
The jump from ledge onto stage, catch turnip, throw immediately is really fucking good.
Okay.
Most of the other ones are a lot more situational though. The other good one is like when you're off stage recovering and they throw it at you and you just C-catch without having to burn a resource to deal with it.
Right.
Oh yeah. Let's see. There's the fair. No refresh, just instant get up is a little questionable. Double jab, you're gonna shield and get grabbed. When Peach is jabbing you, it is it's a hard to deal with scenario.
Yeah, it seems like she can just get like, a good 50-50, 30-30-30 mix-up off of it.
So, if you want some real crazy big brain shit that is probably a little too far on the hard side.
I love it already.
So, let's say you're right here and they're jabbing you. You can first attempt to shine it. I know what you're thinking. Down smash. Scary bad.
Scary bad.
During that, if you can do a C-stick down input while you're also going for the shine input, then you can bring your control stick to, in this case, down left, and almost attack a down smash if it does come out. And if it doesn't come out, you shine them. Because like if you're hitting the shine, then the C-stick down input and the L input won't actually do anything. And if you're not, it will save your life.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it's just like a bunch of buttons to cover like multiple scenarios. I like it.
Yeah, like I said, it might be a little too hard to be like reasonably easy to pull off, but you know, if you lab it out, that might be one of those things that's just feels easier to do on the box. It might not be, hard to say.
Yeah.
Or not the box, the stick, I should say.
Back.
Yeah. The loading emote.
It's one of our favorites.
That's a really good one. I'm a fan. All right, so right here, they're floating, or they're not quite floating, but they're about to be above you. If they land on the platform, they can instant down smash and try to be a down smasher. If they're not landing, you can try jump shine. Yeah, jump shine would work. I feel like short hop shine is actually like high key so good in this matchup. Okay, that back air is good. You got to start moving in as soon as you're able. Yep. They're actionable, so any jump is super committal. Except for jumping to top platform, which is not committal at all. That's what you do. Up there, they jump away, you're fine. As you land, we gotta look at where they're floating. So you land, they pretty much stayed in the same spot, and they just started an aerial, which means you have a free hit. It could either be full hop, shine, jump out of shine, try to get in a hit, or you could just go immediately for the back air. Ooh. But you gotta space it around where the hitbox gonna come. Mm-hmm. They're spacing this way with the fair starting this way. So you want to rise and have your hitbox, you want to be behind them and hit them from behind. So yeah. It's good, that's down tilt. You could have down tilted before they landed, and it might have even killed. Okay, that up there scoops you. So when you miss attack, don't try to tech the next move. Try to tech the move after.
I get tech locked out so much. I feel
so
like that's even been happening like more recently than not. Ugh.
It's really the first one you miss. You just gotta accept the next one. You just gotta let them have the next one. Trust me. Because then by the time the third one comes, you're able to tech again. If you miss it twice in a row, you're still locked out on the third one though. That's why you gotta just not.
Love to see it.
Second place, shine. A little slow. You had it.
Second place, get grabbed.
Yeah. Abuse the good button. All right. So, at this point, first off, I'd say this laser was not quite great. Which normally you would just think, oh, they're so far off stage, doesn't matter. But here, time is actually of the essence with this laser. Because if you can shoot them in a spot where you catch the float, this edge guard becomes a million times easier. Yeah. Especially when done super early. So just throwing one out is not quite right. You gotta be looking at them. You could even just wait completely until the float starts and then choose to shoot then if you want like precision accuracy. Otherwise, I'd aim for about the spot where the earliest possible time they can float is out of the hit stun. Like, that's low. They're double jumping. I think they floated and then double jumped. I'm not 100%. Yeah, they did. So, you got that hit. They're in hit stun. If you down air them, they are going to be 100% okay. If you nair them, you'll have them off stage. You probably still could have just gone for the nair instead of the laser, but it's a little hard to say. I think you could have and probably should have, but it's hard to say in some spots because Peach can be funky. Now, let's see.
Sick.
You know, you literally had that edge guard.
I was literally there. Yeah.
I'm calling that a JV4, not a 4. You know? Now, the way I see it, you do not know what to do after you get a hit on Peach, and that is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
So, I think it's
like
actually going to be a little...
on crack.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be just a little bit easier to show stuff like in Slippy than in a replay for describing some stuff. So okay. I'm just gonna real quick.
Give me just 1 sec. I need a room break.
Yeah, sure. I kind of needed one too, actually, so that works out. I'm back.
Ugh. Say something?
Oh, I said I am back because I also used the bathroom.
I just got back as well.
Based. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you like some common Falco flowcharts that you're gonna want to use in this matchup whenever I find my controller.
It's got the Radeon graphics going.
Huh?
There's Radeon graphics overlay popped up. Outed yourself as an AMD user.
Apparently. This is just an old 20XX. It's just random behind teching that I like for combo practice. Yep. So,
honestly, I like the old 20XX because, like, I've tried combo practice on like Uncle Punch CPUs.
I feel like it's just worse.
It is. Their SDI and like double stick DI makes it just feel like I get 1 in 10, 1 in 20 good punishes. It just seems ridiculous.
Yeah. The one that makes me annoyed is like just when it stops being a quote unquote true combo and just resets. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
I know I can turn that off, but I don't want to have to. So with Peach, a lot of it comes down to you kind of have to do the what is it? I'm a little the like soft down airs that Mango does.
Yeah.
Can really extend the combos a lot. And then you can get like up tilts out of them a lot of the time. Which is pretty important. But the big thing, no, now it's 200%. I mean, not double down air. That's when you can get at like that 80-90% range. We kind of mentioned it, but like when at like the higher 80-90% range, when you can do like, come on. You can, come on, computer.
Yeah, down air into down tilt.
Yeah, you get it. But in general, I feel like you're doing the hard down airs too much, and then you just don't get your follow up.
Mm-hmm.
And you also need to be a little willing to implement the platforms more into it as well. Like,
that's just the whole like style versus substance trap again. Where it's just like, I'm sick, I don't camp platforms, I'm goated.
No, I'm not even saying like implementing it into neutral. I'm talking about into your punish game.
Oh.
Like, you know, because a lot of those high percents on FD, I'm hitting the shine, I can't get the follow up, but down here, I can like easily get up there. And like, that's a stock that I just couldn't get otherwise. Another thing is like, what is it? Getting like your soft back airs to chain into other aerials, and you know, like you can like soft nair, soft air, or I'm not hitting the soft ones, but you get the idea. And that's like the short hop shine float height where
get jabbed.
Like that's just instant. You can even do it onto the platform and instantly be on the ground and able to jump again if they're like in that range.
Literally, I just had a conversation with one of the guys in Discord about that no impact shine.
It's absurdly good. And
is it just better than going for like the shine waveland like traditional?
Oh yeah, it's just faster. Even if you're like a little off, I think it's faster. Like if I'm rising a little too high, and I guess, but like
that's messed up.
And like if you want to be insanely fast, you can even wave dash out of that. And it's still faster. It's not like the absolute most important part of it.
Whoa,
the main takeaway is like when they're floating, the short hop shine can combo into like, you know, obviously not this percent.
Schmixed.
Sometimes you get up late. What was I even saying? I got mixed so hard I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the important part of it is not necessarily the platform cancel part, although it is cool and swag. It's really more just about like being able to get up there as quickly as possible.
Yeah. All right.
And like when you get dares in the corner, that's great because it pops them up. You can sometimes get the double dare, but if you can get them off stage, you can use lasers to catch things like their floats. Once they're off stage and have to get on the ledge, like Peach is worthless on the ledge.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking go on the ledge, please. Go. Oh my god. This fucking... Get off of the stage. Alright. Now I'm waiting. If I'm crouching here, they do the gap attack. It's fine. I can dash forward. I can F throw them off again. I can down tilt them. I can shine them. It's just all sorts of good stuff. You, I think, are a little hesitant on a lot of your follow-ups, where like you'll hit a dare shine and then you're like wave dashing forward and dashing a little before you like do something.
Yeah.
Whereas, oh my god, she's the percent. Right. Like you'll do like the dare shine, and then it's like you're over there, and see, they had the chance to float out of it. That means
Right.
a real Peach player, they can start a back air, they can start an air dodge. Whereas if you're just instantly following it up as soon as you can, which I'm not doing. Like you can do a wave dash out of the shine, and that's fine, but like you probably should not be dash dancing much at all. Maybe a tiny bit if you need to like change direction. But the idea behind a lot of it, because not a lot of the times your combos they're just not gonna kill Peach, right? And that's okay. But if instead of like comboing them straight up, we get them off the stage, and then we can try to wall them back off. Eventually, they're realistically not going to be dying off the top. Well, from down. Actually, they will realistically, but don't you gotta end your combos earlier? Is the big idea. Like, we dare, get them off stage. We don't worry about all that carry them off stuff. Once they're up there, we just focus on walling them out with bears and lasers. And if they get on the ledge, who cares?
Is there like any good counterplay against Parasol? Like,
you can grab the ledge, and you have bear from ledge. You can even do bear from ledge or grab.
Meaning, but like the attack itself, like.
When like you're here and they're below stage.
Yeah, or... like when she's recovering low, I feel like Parasol just gets ledge for free.
Well, you can grab the ledge, or you can just let them have the ledge and then react to their get up option, because Peach's get up options are too slow. Get up attack's too slow, get up rolls too slow, and like she has like she can like do air dodge on the stage. You wait that out, you back air it, you down tilt it. I think if you're getting caught trying to edge guard Peach a lot and getting reversaled off of it, it is actually kind of okay to just let her take the ledge if you're not confident in the edge guard.
Interesting.
And just like it, specifically the ledge and not the stage. The stage, just if we don't want her to take the stage, because we can usually prevent that with a back air, with a fucking F tilt even. But I think you get the idea.
Yeah.
Where you... Now, let's look at one of the other Toes games.
Yeah, I was going to say, game 2...
some of the holes in the punish.
Game 2, I made some much better decision.
Mm-hmm.
And game 3, they went DK.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Alright. This is game 2, right? I didn't fuck it up. Okay, cool. Alright, so yeah, we start. You have started with that laser in literally every game.
100%, yeah.
You don't gotta do that.
You don't gotta do that.
You just don't. Alright, you got the chip damage, You can be super content to just shoot the gun as much as you want. Now, shine grab.
I don't shine grab.
You said.
I don't.
Shine grabbing Peach is kind of pretty alright, even if they SGI the lasers. I feel like you can usually kind of get something a lot of the time anyways, and even if you don't, you can just shoot the gun more and get your chip and not be... A lot of the time with the floaties, you just have to not bite. You just gotta... Sometimes I know
Yeah.
this is a bit of what you're saying about the style substance, the not want to do things you think of as quote unquote lame, but your opponent. Remember that your opponent will not give you that same respect, regardless of what
Right.
character they're playing. So here, honestly, in a scramble like this on this platform, you might just want to retreat, high key. Like, if you get caught with a down smash when you are like still in jump squat, it can be annoying. But let's see how it plays out. Yeah, you drop down instantly. They
Don't
down
jump
smash
into
it.
it. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, good job waiting it out. The number one tip to remember against Peach players: 4 words. They're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it.
They're just gonna do it. It's a fact of life. No, it's just true. It really is. All right, I like that when this full hot bear gets shielded, you just continue drifting away, as you should, because no reason to stay in threat range. Set to neutral. They're staying on that platform. You don't need to jump at them. This dare is unnecessary. Like, you're daring the ground, they're on the platform. This is like a look at the screen type situation. All right, the laser gets shielded. This is fine. Walling out with laser F tilt and auto cancel back air is super good if you don't want to overcommit. All right, they're crouching on that platform. They're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it. They didn't do it. No.
They may not have done it, but let's play it out like they're gonna do it. Let's see what happens if we pretend they're gonna do it, even though they didn't do it. If you don't want to jump if they're gonna do it, so you're probably just gonna stand there waiting. Maybe you jump from the left side and come down with an aerial on them, or maybe you just wait it out. But if you waited it out and they jump back here, all right, they're off the platform. Jumping in a down smash threat is gone. If you jumped up, you're over like here while they're here. That's a pretty good time to try to like get them with an aerial. But yeah. All right. I like that you waited a bit before doing your get up option. So here, my friend, is where we can make a little innovation. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
When you jump, you land. They whiff. Why are you dashing away?
This is scary.
It is scary. But you know what's scarier is not punishing them.
Yeah.
Because that means Peach is just dash attacking with no fear in mind until you've given them a reason to be afraid of it.
Yeah.
If you're afraid of getting hit by the dash attack, like if you after you've seen this dash attack start, you can dash in and start holding down instantly in case your timing is off, and then you're crouching and it's fine. And you can shine, you can dare, you can down tilt, you can make Peach cry a little. Alright, attack. Oh, the attack roll in is scary. But it got away. Dash and do something. If you retreat here, that's not good. Okay. You were a little slow. You stood still slightly too long. With auto cancel bear, shine turn around. No shine? Oof. Alright. You can buffer shield out of the roll, but I don't know that you had enough time to with the dash attack. Alright, the up air's coming. The back air connects. Sorry?
Cake.
Cake.
Peach got the cake.
You do have cake. But the cake is expired. This is why we do not want it.
The stale cake.
Alright, so this double jab, pressure. If you're at low percent, if your shield gets jabbed and you're at low percent, you can attempt to shield grab, and just during the shield grab, keep holding down and the shield button. Because then if they do a second jab, you're crouch canceling it and buffering shield. That can help a lot with the double jab pressure that you're struggling with. And it works pretty well against most characters that do stuff like that, like Sheik or Sheik. Alright. So they're probably going to do that high float right out of laser range because they just whiffed their follow-up. Or not. They just get grounded. I think you're shielding probably more than you need to.
Those the reflect lasers or the perfect shield lasers, I get shut down by.
So you know how sometimes when you shoot somebody with a laser, they just get hit by the laser and then they dash out of the hit stun or they jab or
Yeah.
whatever fast thing. You can just do that too, and you can very easily practice it with the Uncle Punch power
Mm-hmm.
shield training. It's just a Falco shooting lasers. You don't have to worry about actually power shielding it. Just take laser
No,
dash, take
I've
laser.
used that training a lot. It seems like it's hard to have it stick.
Hmm.
Like I've spent hours in that power shield training, just like wave dashing at a shield between lasers, take laser dash dance, just all of that, and it's just like do a Falco ditto, and I'm terrible.
Are you using the version of Uncle Punch where it says how fast you are when you do that mode? Like how much
Um,
time you have? Because for some reason, one of the old ones would tell you how fast you were, but the newest one doesn't.
it yeah, I have the latest like alpha whatever
Oh,
3.7
I
point
see.
what, so it would probably be like some sort of toggle that I'd have to turn on, but yeah, not by default.
Okay.
Like act at
I
a hit
can
stun
link
or something.
you. I have the version where it tells you like the frame data timing of it.
Hmm.
I'll send that to you later.
That's good
Um,
because that's usually what's been promoting like my bigger improvements, like the like act out of lag is like one of the toggles that shows you how many frames that you're wasting before short hopping for another laser, right?
mhm.
And like that went from like 8 or 9 frames down to like 2 and 3 now. So seeing
But
that is definitely a big indicator for me.
gotcha. But yeah, like if you're if you're practicing it, but you don't have the actual like data to tell you if you're actually doing it well or not,
Right.
it's like hard to say if a practice is good practice or not.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, get the troll. This you probably just
Shine
want
out
to
of
shine
shield.
out of
Yeah.
shields. Dare's
Okay.
okay, but you're drifting really far back, so I don't think you'll get a shine follow up. Yeah. If you didn't drift back with the dare, it would have been fine.
Uh,
There, you were just a little slow. You had time to shine. So they got on the ledge. You don't need to. You don't really need to move. You were kind of perfect where you were before.
yeah.
Like
I want to contest them at ledge. Not even just Peach, just everybody. You're a ledge. I'm gonna smack you. I'm gonna get it.
this is how this standing still in this spot is how you contest Peach on the
That's
ledge.
yeah. That's how you contest tons of people on ledge.
Literally, like this is just like you win the situation unless you beef it if you stay here.
Yeah.
Like they jump, you're there. Okay, short up back air. You're off stage. I'm shooting a laser to try to catch your float, and I'm gonna try to edge guard you. And you might just die from that if I play it right. Maybe get the ledge again and we do it all over again. Okay, this dare's nice. You probably want an up tilt follow up tilt back air maybe. Or just straight to the back air. It's fine too. That was criminal.
Criminal.
Oh, that could be so after shielding that down smash, you have enough time to wave dash forward out of shield and shine them as a true punish.
Really?
It's not by a lot, but you do have the time. Specifically in this scenario, like right now, the last hitbox that's behind her should just about be gone. Wave dash in. You could have been there, and yeah, you definitely it was close, but you had enough time. You can honestly down tilt might
Yeah.
just shield poke and kill. Jab F tilt. Okay. And see, they're doing that float again, right?
Yeah.
Another way that we can call it out that we didn't mention, like I mean, I guess we kind of mentioned it was full hop aerial, but full hop nair specifically is really good for it because it's just a giant wall of float of like hitbox, especially at 100%, where you literally just need to hit her once to get her off stage. And if you hit her mid float, she's off stage without a float. That edge guard is so much easier than one where she does have the float. Okay. See,
Again,
this should be a nair.
Nair, yeah.
If all Dare is gonna do is put him on the stage without a follow up, you should just hit him off stage instead with Nair or Bear. I mean, yeah, you got a good follow up there, but I still stand by Nair being more
Yeah.
reliable. You are gonna get down smashed.
Ow.
If you ever recognize that you're just a little slow on those times, that's when you use the light shield, and you're just gonna be fine from the down smash.
Okay.
All right, this is rough. You probably go straight up. Wall tech? Yeah. If you can't wall tech, like, honestly, going straight up there is pretty fucking good. Because, like, if they just barely miss, you get ledge kind of for free. So you were... I kind of like this back throw, but you didn't really act quite right off of it. Like, you laser again here, and I don't know why. Like, this is short hop nair. Like, dash short hop nair. And then you get it. You probably get actually insane combo off of it. Oh, yeah. Now, that could have been a back air for sure. Yeah, the close range lasers against the character with the fast burst options are not the best call.
That was
club. Up tilt.
I was surprised at that tech flood. Like, how do you do grounded up B accidentally?
You know, life finds a way. I'm honestly shocked that they got this double jump out before the up tilt. And I'm even more shocked that you got grabbed from behind her.
Yep. I thought the same thing. I'm like, wow, that just grabbed, huh?
Yeah. And there you just got caught in your shine, but otherwise that follow-up would have been quite excellent. Alright, the empty short hop. Like it.
Don't dash attack.
And watch me.
Okay.
Okay, that should be safe on shield. Yeah. Once you full hopped and they jumped, you probably should just dare. Because like they're right below you, you have a hitbox below you. It'll probably work out. Like in most of the time in a scenario like that, it's usually gonna be fine. Sometimes you'll trade, but there's kind of no reason not to, unless you have a very specific read on something else they'll do. So here, super important. You hit this. They are quite likely to double jump or full hop out of hit stun in order to avoid grounded lasers. You can dash and do full hop lasers, either like the full hop triple laser.
Yeah.
Cover a bunch of different jump heights. And the lowest one still catches them going low. Like, at least, even with that first, like, even if you do decide to do the first one, like, full hop triple laser after the first one is quite excellent. Like, a second low one when they're already floating above the first low one doesn't make much sense. Like, yeah, they could stop floating, but are they really going to stop floating at the very specific time that you shot the laser? Okay. You're retreating and then coming in with the lasers. I feel like you're just kind of doing it to do it. Yeah. Once again, Nair, get him off stage.
Again, like I talked about it earlier, where it's like right now, basically like my standing or spot lasers is retreating laser followed by advancing laser, and that's just like wasted movement.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we've gone over that. I find that being repetitive with that kind of the things that show up in the matches a lot just makes it a little more likely to stick in the head. You know, as annoying as it can be. Alright, they're invincible. You are very much vincible.
Very vincible.
Okay, good double jump dodge. You can try fast fall down air, but it'll be scary because they have no end lag because they're Peach.
And there we go.
Yeah, I think the literal only way to survive that down smash is to omps attack it. which is like just not realistic. The thing's like a frame 2 smash attack for some reason. Yep. Oh. So I kind of agree with these jabs, but instead of F smash, honestly, down tilt might down tilt or F tilt or just like not attacking. Because once again, they're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it.
And I don't know why you were holding down after you started an F smash. Unless you were expecting jab, maybe. In which case, I get it. But you can react to the down smash a little sooner than
Down
3
smash
in.
is frame 5.
Yeah, it's a good move. Let's see. They are gonna land. So from this air dodge, they can either go straight down. If they drift hard in, they can land about here. If they drift hard out, they can make it to ledge. So if you want to try to punish it, you probably aim in this area. Because realistically, it's not super likely that you can punish the air dodge to ledge. Or the air dodge drift to ledge. Though if you do and you get a down air at a crazy spot, you're correct. Yeah, you would have had to like wave dash backwards out of shield and then drop zone aerial.
Yeah.
It's a really tight timing. I think that one thing you can also implement, especially when we're seeing a lot of fast out of shield options from the Peach, instead of always going for like approaching aerial, you can do like a short, like we talked about it for like the float heights. We can also just short hop at them, shine on their shield, and instant double jump away.
Yeah.
If you do that double jump and they like respond with instant nair or bear out of shield, you can just come down with an aerial and punish it for free, and it's very good. All right. The down tilt. Well, it's a great kill move. It is still committal. I don't know if I agree with throwing it out when they're only at like 30 like that. I don't hate it either, but you know, it's just a move that is not without risk, and that's worth pointing out. All right, so this is another spot that's worth mentioning. All right, you hit this up tilt, you do the rising down air. First off, you have time to reach the apex of your jump and then
double jump fast fall. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, but especially if you're late like that, you don't really need. Once again, just wait when you land in that case, instead of doing the shine, because like while you don't have anything real, there's still a bit of time where you can move before they can. Not enough to get a true punish, but enough for you to choose the position that the next neutral interaction occurs for both of you in, which is pretty big, and you're kind of throwing it away there. Yeah. So after the first, so this is an awkward spot because you jump instantly. As soon as you jump and you see them jumping with a turnip, you should not be side Bing. Like you can maybe fast fall side B to ledge right there as soon as you see them jump as well, because they're jumping to meet your jump.
Yeah.
So you just gotta get out of there, and all of a sudden you're kind of home free. At this point, with that first one, it's like okay, this is a rough spot. But if you're gonna side B again, you gotta do the low sweet spot. It's the only way. Otherwise, you're better off like doing an up B and trying to get some like weird wonky drift or cheese them with a burn. But yeah. And you said they played DK the third game, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming we don't care about that game right now. No.
There's only 10 minutes left. So.
Let's see. In that case, do you have anything pressing that you wanted to get to that we didn't, that you want to spend these minutes on, or?
Well, it's up to you. There is the set against Dad's Akimbo, where I'm not really much concerned about the mechanical issues, more about trying to discuss like where my mentality went wrong, but I don't know if that's something that you can do in 10 minutes.
Why don't okay, how about we just watch through it and I won't be like
I would say like just
lot.
watch through it in real time and then like kind of discuss.
And we'll just talk it out as we go.
Because like I opened this up with
game
like
1, right?
Yeah, I opened this up with 2 really good 0 to deaths, or I think this first stock is a 0 to death. Yeah.
You basically had that one and then dropped it.
Yeah.
Good pressure. Yep, yep, yep. All right. So at this point, what is going through your mind, more or less?
That's a strong start. Just keep it up.
Okay. Sure.
Like I maybe made a mistake. I looked at seeds before I got into this match.
Ah.
Um and like frankly, I thought this guy should have been seated above me. Like that was one thing that was going through my mind, and I think that was my downfall.
Ah.
That like I felt like this but at the same time, like based off of the two first stocks, I'm like, all right, well, this is
Mhm.
this is a real strong start for me. This is super doable. Just keep it up.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, a lot of people will just not look at seeds or even brackets because of that kind of like getting in your own head stuff,
yeah,
which
and
is
after
definitely valid.
this,
But sometimes, either you just look on accident or somebody tells you when you didn't want them to. That
yeah,
happens
no,
a
I
lot.
like actively sought it out was the
Mm,
problem. Is I was like checking individual players because I just wanted to see like where
mhm.
everybody was at.
Got you, got you.
But
Um,
in the future,
but
I got to avoid this.
seeding is done by people, and people are flawed, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
People's ranked Mango is 11th this year. I'll have you know.
He just won a major.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, when the game was like a little more tied up, were you feeling like were you starting to feel nerves?
Um, at this point, I'm just like, oh, okay, all right. I guess I gotta play right. I gotta play well.
Hmm.
But I'm still executing. Like
Hmm.
starting from game two, I just have like some of the worst execution. You can even see a little bit here. Like I just have like some awful execution flubs
Hmm.
throughout the game.
Yeah, like that punish was a little bit dropped, and you're getting stuck in a little bit of hit stun, a little slow out of movement. Yeah, and that was probably short hop. Ooh, yeah, I can. The nerves are definitely visible, but
Yeah.
they're kind of on both ends.
I got two side B dash attacks that I just should not have.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I think one of the most important things to remember when you're getting like way deep in the nerves is that it is literally still the same game regardless, and all the things that still work do work as long as you do them right. Which, once again, easier to say than internalize. But
One of the things that I struggle with is with nerves, I end up trying to push my buttons too fast.
hmm,
And I'll just start getting stuck in my movement that way. Like I've known that for a very long time, and I don't know. Like, and then sometimes I tell myself like slow down your inputs, but then I start playing slow, and then I'm just losing neutral interactions. My opponent's
hmm.
playing faster than me.
Maybe rather than slowing down the inputs, you should try to slow down the neutral more by just like, I mean, you can try to lock them down with lasers. Easier said than done in the Taco Ditto because they can do the same thing. Uh,
Yeah.
Once again, the top platform and chilling on the ledge a bit more can definitely help with that. But I think you know, just simplifying the neutral game a lot more can help a lot too. Like even just the fucking dash forward, wave dash back, and see if they fall for the bait. Like bait that simple because it's a simple bait that gets you a massive punish when it works well. Like you can just once again we talked about how in terms of punish you can do the easier execution stuff in on days when you're off or you're a little nervous. Still, that applies to neutral just as well. Yeah, let's open up this next one. Hold on. One sec. What's up?
No, I'm just talking to myself for them.
Gotcha.
The thing that baffled me about
Hmm.
this set that I found myself L canceling with hard shield rather than light shield, which is
For
like,
real.
yeah, which like I originally started by L canceling with hard shield, but like over the last year or so, I've just done nothing but like practice L canceling with light shield. And I could not understand why I started doing that. And I just started missing L cancel after L cancel because I wasn't used to using that button after so long. So it's like, what about the nerves like makes me default to like that old muscle memory, you know?
Well, how much time have you put into practicing the new muscle memory?
I would probably say it's like 50-50, maybe 60-40, old versus new.
I meant like, so let's say about an hour for every hour of the other way.
Yeah.
I mean, honest people have said like you have to practice something like 4 times as long the right way to stop doing it the
The
wrong
wrong
way you
way?
practice.
Really?
Like, honestly, just practicing the basic fundamentals,
Uh,
just your regular L cancels, like they are important, and you gotta keep them up now and then.
yeah.
Especially on like, it's a bit of an unconventional controller. You're still probably I don't know how long you've been on it at this point.
I've been on it for 3 years.
Okay. Um, how long ago did you make the switch for the LR, the hard shield, light shield, L cancel stuff?
It was probably a year to a year and a half.
Hmm, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That
So
I
like,
guess sometimes when we're stressed, we rely on old habits, and that is
hmm,
definitely an old habit. That's about the only explanation that makes sense to me.
gotta grind it out
But
some more.
that game didn't seem like awful by any means.
Right. Like I was
I
still
think he was
kept it
playing it
even.
fine.
And I
He just
guess
won.
that last back air just like pissed me off. That like I
Oh,
sealed
let me
out the
look at it
stock,
again.
and then I'm just like, all right, let's play this. Let's one more stock. Let's do it. Boosh. Oh, fuck me.
It'll load.
Yeah.
That
Like
one?
this.
Oh, you were holding out.
Bleh.
Do you really think it was that back air, or just the how the game ended? Kind of, it almost felt like abrupt in a way.
Mm. And I felt like, you know, there's a part of me that's saying like, it's last stock situation. You got to be able to at least hit him with something, right? But he was at 0%. I didn't do nothing, right? I just
Hmm.
got kicked in the head and just rolled up to ledge.
I mean, you were kind of playing it towards the corner, which is definitely a scary spot to do that when you're Falco on last stock high percent for sure.
Should I be
Um,
focusing more on like being in center stage in those situations? I feel like there's almost a part of me that says like center stage is a riskier spot to be in when you're dealing
well,
with opponents' invincibility.
I wasn't gonna, while they're invincible, I would say probably not, but that's where I would try to be after obtaining invincibility. Maybe like even honestly just like refreshing on ledge while they're invincible to wait it out is always a pretty solid, decent option. Like maybe if you're not perfect, they clip you, but you know you can get clipped anywhere on stage, especially when they're invincible too. So
Yeah.
there's I feel like you don't know what you want to do while they're invincible a lot of the time from the games I've seen.
Yeah.
And honestly, you kind of just gotta pick something. And you kind of look like you're just running around
Well,
without a
I
clue.
guess I've been having a bit of a crisis because I would normally go to top platform and just like work with that, but
Uh-huh.
um, barbecue is like an just a legend at picking out people's habits.
Uh-huh.
So he would literally like he would respawn and he would just say straight up into the microphone, top platform, and then he would knee me on top plat
Oh
and I
my
would
god.
just die. And I'm like, oh shit. So it's just like I'm almost having like an invincibility crisis these days of not sure like what it is that I'm supposed to be doing.
I think that it's not like you just need one thing to do every time, but
Right.
having like at least 3 or 4 decent ones is a pretty good idea. Like there's the light shield on side plats. You can always ledge refresh. Honestly, if I really feel lost, sometimes when they're in respawn invincibility, I'll just dash dance till they get close and then spot dodge like 3 times. Like it's objectively not good, but they have to be ready for it,
That's
and
funny.
it works way more often than it has any right to. First of all,
I'll start
um,
trying that.
sometimes I'll like just try running through them and hope they don't do any hitbox or like roll through them. Um, Floatier characters can just like jump a bunch in the corner and wait it out, but we don't have that luxury really. Uh, but really, like work on your up B stalls. If you get them good enough, then you don't even really have to worry about anything except for them trying to take ledge from you. And if they try to take ledge from you and you just wait a second, they're just gonna drop themselves down low around the time where invincibility runs out. But yeah, let's jump into that next game. So let's see. You played on Fountain Game 1, Yoshi's Game 2. So you're a stadium enjoyer, I see.
I do like me some Stadium. I feel like Stadium is my best stage.
Hmm.
Like it's just where I perform the best. It's like
You feel like that's the case for every matchup?
I don't know if it's a matchup by matchup basis.
Hmm.
It's just kind of a general feeling. Like,
Hmm.
out of all of like if you were to tally up all of my 4 stocks, like most of them have happened, or the highest number of them have happened on
Hmm.
Stadium for whatever reason.
Let's see.
So I guess there's just kind of like, I just feel like a level of comfort on this stage compared to others.
I see. I was mostly asking because, like, obviously in the Ditto, you just go wherever you like being, of
Right.
course. I feel like against Peach, you might want to try not here
Really.
quite so much. Like, I
Like
don't
what's
think.
what's the logic? Like I guess I need the
I mean,
whys.
a bit of it is how good top plat is, both in terms of not
Hmm.
only camping out but also your combo extensions. It's pretty dang important. The center of the stage having like that tiny bit of chain grab isn't super huge, but it can matter. I mean the high ceiling or the low ceiling is nice here, but like I think in most matchups I would say Yoshi's is Falco's best stage. Um, I think that's definitely true for Peach, especially if you're struggling to get the kills in general. And like you're a lot of the time against the Peaches, I was seeing you were going for the early down airs when instead of getting them off stage. Or like on Yoshi's that might actually still work out pretty decently in your favor. But I mean, I'm not saying this is something you have to do, but I would just recommend attempting a little more experimentation with your stages.
Okay.
Because some matchups, um, like Peach sure likes taking Fox FD. She doesn't like taking Martha FD. There's stuff like that for every character, and it is definitely worth messing around with different stages.
Yeah,
See.
I think it's just like I've kind of been going off of like, a long time ago, like, the first couple of
Off
years
of
that I played
vibes.
Melee, I did the experimentation with stages, and I'm like, yep, I go to this one in this
Ooh, no.
situation. And I haven't
Yeah.
really mixed that up or changed it around.
Mhm. I've definitely had entire thoughts on matchup on stage lists like entirely change in different matchups over the years myself. I used to like I used to always want to start Battlefield against Sheik. Now I'm like, I'll try to go to one of the small stages. Even though I don't like him as much, I feel like I do better on him sometimes.
I
I'm
feel
like,
so biased against Battlefield Ledge. Like, I just hate Battlefield Ledge so much that I want to go anywhere else except for that stage.
hmm. I mean, yeah. Battlefield. Even if you hate Battlefield, would you really rather any other stage than Battlefield just because of the ledges? I mean, I guess they do suck. But I'm genuinely asking. I'm not like
I,
trying to prod you a direction.
I, I don't know. Kinda. Like,
All
I mean,
right
I
then.
guess if it's like, either Battlefield or Dreamland against a floaty, then the choice is obvious.
Yeah.
Um, but in most cases, I skew away from Battlefield.
Gotcha. Um, but with you staying away from Battlefield means you're probably not playing on there very often, which love it or hate it, you're gonna go there sometimes. It might be worth like just kind of forcing it. Not
Yeah.
saying that like you have to take people there every time, but like, maybe you just don't always ban it against characters you usually ban it against, and just see how it works out every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah, because like if you get to a point where maybe you mess around with it a bit and you're like, oh wait, I actually do like Battlefield a lot upon further inspection, and then you're like, wait, and everybody always asks, do I want to start Battlefield? This is great. Yeah, we got. Let's look at this last game.
Yeah.
Stages are such a weird thing, and there's so many different ways to think about it.
It's funny how like Tekken has just like within the last couple of years had like, stage counter picking as like a
Mm,
new thing. Like previously, like, you watch Tekken World Tour 2018, they just random stages. This every time.
that's actually based. Imagine Melee doing that. That would actually be a nightmare.
The Johns would just be out of control.
Oh, dude, some Fox player would be up against empty can FD 3 times in a row, and then it'd be over.
Oh no.
That's as long as it would last. Ooh.
All of a sudden they get just 20,000 followers on Twitter from one set.
True. But so at this point in the set, you're on the game 4, down 2-1. What's going through your mind at this point? Because like you're kind of playing it pretty alright here.
I felt like it was a struggle to touch him.
Hmm.
Like he was playing platforms like way more than I was used to.
Hmm.
Like I guess like I'm not necessarily biased, but like most of the people in my Discord, like we're scrappers. We just like go up against each other rather than play the platforms, play the height advantage.
Hmm.
Um, Play like not necessarily like there's definitely some defensive players, but it's just like it like just interaction
Hmm.
after interaction after interaction. He has a shield up, and then it's just a shine back air. It's a shine at a shield, whatever
Oh,
option.
wait a second. Was that
That
it?
was the arc laser.
Okay. All right, man. Holy, that was baller.
It was almost sick.
It was sick. It just needed one more interaction right after to go your way.
I need to
I'm
get like.
saying that was a good arc laser. But one way that I commonly hear people talk about the Falco Ditto is whoever is above the other Falco wins. So
Yeah,
if he's playing to the platform, you can kind of just try to take it from him, even if you don't like it as much as he likes it. Like you're not letting him play where he wants to play, and he's gonna be
yeah.
trying to. He has to take the high ground from you. It's over
I guess
anything,
like for most of the set, I was like kind of playing grounded, kind of playing base stage, and I was kind of saying like, "Come fight me," and he's
In
like,
that ca-
"No."
in that case, why not counter pick FD?
I felt like I was gonna lose the laser economy on FD,
Hmm,
which is why I didn't pick it.
I see.
Because I'm just,
That's fair.
I just am not good enough against my own lasers, which is just, I gotta go to Uncle Punch for that.
True. Oh yeah, that reminds me. After this, I will link you that
Yeah,
older
the
Uncle Punch.
that specific version. I'm looking forward to that one.
I also I have a build of 20XX it's just you boot it up and it's random DI and teching and no extra shit.
Oh, I will
Yeah,
also
that
take
is
that.
what I was using in like 2015, 2016 to grind. But I don't feel like that game you were playing like as crazy nervous as like, the end of game 1 where you were
It's
both like
so funny. I
shaking a little.
walked away from that set. It's interesting that you're saying that. I said like, GG's disconnect, and I like literally said out loud on stream, I played like shit.
I don't think you really did, honestly. But like it's easy to say that right after the game because you
Yeah.
have the I just lost. I'm mad and sad and salty, as we've all been through, myself very
Yeah.
much included. But
Here's an interesting question for you. How do you rebound in those situations? Because
Like you lose in winners, but you're salty, but you still have to play the rest of bracket.
no, just like you feel like you just played worse than you normally do. Like that, I got knocked out of bracket with that set, right? Like I was done, and like I kind of spent the rest of the night upset. Like I didn't really like get myself back on my feet until I went to bed and woke up the next day.
Sometimes it's like that when you care a lot, which, you know, I sometimes it will stick a bit and sometimes it doesn't. I think that honestly kind of can come down to personality. Like they weigh on me for a while too, a lot of the time. But what I like a lot of the times I just complain about melee to my friends and then eat food
It's good to know
and
that
distract
even
myself.
at that level, you still just complain about melee.
Oh yeah,
And
if
though,
you couldn't, dude, people. What baffles me so much is people on Twitter who are like, "Oh, you can't stop complaining about the characters and stuff. You're making, it's a bad look or whatever." And I'm just like, dude, if I couldn't complain about the characters in this fucking game, I would have fucking stopped years ago. Like honestly, it's just there's so much to complain about, and sometimes you just gotta. I don't
that's
think
the
you should be
thing. Is
like
like,
flame. Yeah, like I think if you're not like just don't like go publicly flaming people, but like you're
yeah,
allowed to complain about how insert player here did insert annoying thing to the boys. Like it's
it's
you're just
just
letting off some steam.
like, and I've met like a couple of people in my life that just have a personality type that cannot suffer complaining. That it's just like, this happened a couple of times when I was like early on as Falco, and I would just be like, hanging out at my locals, like, bro, my fucking recovery sucks. Character's bad, and I just get down tilted at ledge, and I die at 15. And somebody just like chimes in from across the room. It's like, you're playing the second best character in the game. Like 2017, we still thought such things.
I was about to say, yeah, I think he mispronounced the word seventh.
uh, uh,
Yeah, like, yeah, um, sometimes some sets are gonna be a little harder to get over than others, and that's okay. Like, people could be like, "Oh, it's just a game." It's like, yeah, but it's a game you care about.
it's like, yeah,
It's
it's not just, it's
like,
not a game. This is the pursuit of perfection, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't, like, I've had so many conversations with friends. Like, I got plenty of people that just, they don't play any game ever competitively. Like, they don't do anything. There's nothing in their lives that they want to be the best in the world at. And I think that, like, that's a pursuit. Doesn't matter if it's like wood carving, doesn't matter if it's
yeah.
needle felting. I think that every person on earth needs to try to be the best in the world at one thing, because the pursuit of that pushes you to be a, a better person than you are.
That's an interesting perspective. Never really thought of it that way, but I like that. Either way, though, I do think that like it's fine to be a little like it's natural, more so I should say, to be like upset about what may be perceived as poor performances or poor play or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're gonna be upset, sometimes you're gonna be grumpy. That's just how it is. And you don't have to like stew in it, but you shouldn't. But it's unrealistic to expect yourself to just instantly be over it and happy and cheery right after you lose. Like like realistically, how can you expect that?
Right.
You know, like we can't all be tiramisu levels of beams of joy to those around us. Unfortunately, as much as we'd like to be, we're each our own people with our own personalities, and some of us take L's better than others, and that is okay. Just somebody just gotta take a walk, get some food, complain about how bullshit Peach Down Smash is or whatever.
We got somebody in chat asking who tiramisu.
Oh, tiramisu, really good Fox player. Was New England PR for quite a bit due to some hand pains. Eventually stopped playing, but is genuinely the single most positive person I have ever met in my entire life. And at one point, me and him were, I want to say, 35 to 35 in sets for a New England ranking period. Tiramisu is based, and if you play Fox, you should watch his sets.
I don't play Fox.
You should still watch his sets, though.
Honestly, like, the best takeaway from this whole section, or from this entire session, is that Uncle Punch training bots are scuffed.
Dude, I cannot. People try to convince me I'm wrong, and I just refuse to hear it. And it's like, if it works for them, I'm happy for them. But you know,
I'm
I got
excited to
my.
go back to grinding 20xx.
I'm pulling up my ISOs folder. Here it is. The Uncle Punch with overlay on Falco laser out of Hitstone. And
oh, that's so funny.
It's so specific because I was just struggling to find it so many times. I think that should work. And then where is 20xx 2.0? This is 2.06.
You
this
need
ISO
access. Hi, pulls.
Sure. I think it was. Oh, this one's anyone with link. Well, this one is the 20xx, which should just be anyone with anyone with the link.
Yep.
Let me
download anyway. It's got viruses. Game.iso. This is a virus.
Dude, I ripped it from my fucking Wii because I could not find that version anywhere. Wait.
That's funny.
Where's the ISO? Hold on, I might have to dig a little bit for that one.
Yeah.
But I will figure that out shortly. I don't know. It's one of these two. So I will send them both. And one of them will surely be the right one.
For sure. I have so many different Melee ISOs that I've just never deleted over the years.
One of them's 3.0 Alpha 6. One of them is newest Uncle Punch. It is not the newest Uncle Punch. And by that I mean that's just the name of the file, and it is definitely not the newest one. But yeah, the game, I don't know why it was so impossible for me to like 2.06 was just, I just think it's so nice for combo. There are two things to know about it that are a little which is, first off, it's not UCF, but you're playing with a smash stick, so I don't even know how much that matters. And the second is, so if you want to practice against Sheik, you have to hover Zelda and hit Z, and it will select Sheik.
Yep. Oh yeah, the old shit.
And anytime that Sheik CPU attempts to down B, it's gonna warp to the ground and freak out for a second. But yeah, other than that, you know, you just boot it up.
Other than that, it's goated.
Random behind yeah, no. Oh, you want the computer to be port 2.
Okay.
And yeah, but yeah, that should be good. And if for some reason neither of those Uncle Punches are the right one for the Falco stuff, let me know and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I will spend some time on it when I have game.
Word.
But all right. Yeah, thank you so much for this whole session. This has been incredible. I'm gonna practically watch this VOD back 5 or 6 times and still just find more stuff.
I'm glad to hear it, and well, thank you for taking this long of a session with me. You definitely have the record for longest coaching session I've ever done now.
Wow. I want to get good. I've had that desire for a very long time, and this is the first time that I've ever really like invested in myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to buy into the Smash Stick, but like that was a medical reason. Like I was diagnosed with tendinitis. I basically like could not continue to use the GameCube controller or quit Melee, right? And find like, you know, play Tekken. Think that be my, you know, kind of thing. And it's just like I'm just so excited to kind of begin this new chapter. Like, this is the first session of
Mhm.
hopefully several. Like, I'm probably
Hell
going to
yeah.
schedule another session with you in a month's time. You know, go to another
Hell yeah.
mate, do some more Kalvar cups. Like,
Yes, sir.
it's time for me to get my power up, and I
Let's
am
get it.
overjoyed to begin this next step.
Well, good luck to you. You know,
Yeah.
it's impossible to know how good somebody can get from the grind, but it's definitely like all the people who are like crazy good at this game are the people who put in that time.
Right. And it's
So,
like, it's a weird feeling. I'm almost taking like the whale angle of it. Like, you know, I could
yeah,
just,
yeah.
stop playing other video games and just grind Uncle Punch and, do the barbecue route and spend 6 to 8 hours every single day practicing Melee. But it's like I got other things, and
Yeah.
I want to do other shit in my life, and this this is how I increase the quality of my Melee practice.
Yes, sir.
Like,
This is how we get them dubs.
absolutely. I'm really looking forward to second session to see, like, the improvements that I make.
Me too, man.
I am so sick of going 1-2 and 2-2. It's time I get better than that.
Let's get it. Barbecue better be shaking in his boots.
Barbecue bout to be shaken.
Ah,
All right. Well, if
right.
there's anything else from you, then go ahead. If not, I think we're good to call it.
I think the only other thing is, I think you were taking like writing notes. If you send them to me, then at some point, I don't know exactly when, because I'm busy the next few days, but at some point I can, if you send them to me, I can look over them and like add
Yep,
and correct and change stuff on them.
for sure. How would you want the notes to be sent over? Because I just have it in a bunch of text files.
In like a Word doc or something, but I can just put into like a Google Drive is how I usually do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could just link you to like a Google Doc.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's perfect.
Okay, sounds good.
Word.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, David, for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
All right, back at you, boss man. Good night, Arcanus, and good luck with the grind.
Call me Alex if you'd like.
All right, good luck with the grind, Alex.
See you. And there we go. That was so information dense. There was just so much that, so much to internalize. But, like, more importantly, there were like a couple of things that he said that I was not expecting. So I kind of broke this down into 3 different text files. Um, One was like more general, universal pieces of advice, and then there were like 2 others that were like, this is more specific to, fighting against Fox. This one was more specific to fighting against Peach. Um, the biggest one was, first, I mentioned it on stream, got some cud to chew on for the next while. I think the biggest one is that style is a trap. That it's like you don't get to have your play style in Melee. I don't get to do that. I have to just play Melee well. I just have to make the right decisions. And I've kind of been spending the last 6 years developing what I thought was my style. And you know what? Maybe in 2010, 2015, fucking 2006, you could be whatever kind of Melee player that you wanted and you would have been able to succeed. But today, 2022, modern Melee, 20 years of metagame development, you have to do the right things. You just have to. And it was a really brutal piece of advice that I needed to hear. I think there's a lot of improvements that I am going to start to make based off of that single piece of advice. There was like a few like just absolute knockout punches. Fake it till you make it, right? Like, you know, I know what it's I've played Melee for long enough that I know what it's like to be in the zone and to just choose every single correct option over and over again. And I need to be able to envision that mental state rather than just kind of continue to roll the dice, play the game, and eventually I'll enter into that, right? Can't play to look cool, you have to play to be good, which will incidentally be cool sometimes. Exactly. Now, I loved there was the game that I won just by the absolute Chad down air of just he's just like, oh, I didn't think you were just gonna flex on this fool like that. That just bah. That I'm never giving up. I am just going to go out there with a down air sometimes. But when the down air connects, and when I know it's gonna connect, that still works. I literally did not know that ports 3 and 4 can fast fall through platform. That was a myth. That didn't exist. That's forbidden knowledge. Like, what? I have been playing Melee for 6 years. I have owned Melee for 20. And I did not know that. That's just another, like, thing on the Melee iceberg. Shield dropping is, like, my newest priority. I kind of put shield dropping down, like I explained, and I've explained many times. Like, there are hardware inaccuracies in my controller that just cause inherent inconsistencies in shield dropping. And I told myself, well, I just won't shield drop. You know, I'll just put that down up until this problem is fixed. But it's the amount that he stressed shield dropping and, you know, using that as a defensive and offensive tool is just crazy. Like, I need to, I think shy drops are really sick, but one is that it is a 2-frame input, and 2 is that it requires you to be in run state for you to be able to execute it. So if I'm shielding on platform, like, there's this technique where you shield on platform, somebody hits your shield, you can buffer an axe drop, which is going down into the corner notch, and then, you know, that buffer input, you shield drop as soon as the hit stun ends, and then you can do a counterattack. That's something that's legitimately not in my kit because I just shied away from shield dropping in general, and it's kind of important. Like, you just straight up need to do it. And then, even if it is just 10 minutes, I tried this before, and it didn't stick. Like, I literally set an alarm on my phone every single day to go off. Single biggest tech change to the game in recent years, for sure. It's frankly a wonder that I've been able to, like, kind of keep the pace that I am at now without shield dropping, which is just kind of crazy. But, like, there was a point where I set an alarm on my phone every day. It was like every day at 6 p.m. It was like an alarm that would go off just saying, like, try to play a little bit of Melee. And I just kept ignoring it. I just didn't give a shit. But I guess when a top 100 player says the single most important thing that you can ever do for yourself, the single takeaway that you're supposed to take from this entire session is to play Melee every day, Maybe I should play Melee every day. A couple of interesting things is like the thing, it doesn't even have to be playing the game, right? If I spend 15 minutes, maybe I should change my, habits before I go to bed, right? Before I go to bed, I usually watch either Germa or like cooking videos, which I love both of those things dearly. But I should probably start working in, watching some Melee videos and watching some top level Falco play, and not just watching it from the perspective of a spectator of like, oh shit, that's sick. Just like actually breaking down the interactions, understanding, like, even been playing every day because of you, Curtain Unlimited really helps motivation to have people around you who seriously want to improve. Yeah, we talked about this, Tripper, where it's like Waz is now in a major improvement arc. Like, this is like season 2 of the anime, like maybe season 3, right? Because like the original characters, they got their first season, you fall in love with them, you have a great time, and then like they continue into the second season, but like they got a sunset, right? They have their time in the spotlight. They have all of their animation cells. And now there's like, we got some side characters that were introduced. Like there were a couple of side characters from season 1, and then a ton of side characters from season 2, and then all of a sudden they announced season 3, and it's like, it's just nothing but these guys, and now they're doing their shit. Waz is about to go through a very big upgrade, and I am just so happy that this is happening, and I am even happier that I'm a part of it and that I feel able to be a part of it. For the last year and a half, really, has been the single worst period of my entire life. I'm not exaggerating. It has been the most amount of stress, the highest amount of anxiety, up until like I got this job offer, but like the 2 to 3 months prior to this job offer, I was having 2 to 3 panic attacks every week. Just full-blown debilitating anxiety attacks in my apartment, where I didn't get anything done for the rest of the day. I would have the anxiety attack at like 10 a.m. and then it would just I would not get nothing accomplished. Not work, not chores, not cleaning, not playing games, literally nothing until the next calendar day. And frankly, like this new job, I have just been speaking its praises. I have been, just riding this high so much. I feel like I emotionally gambled on it, where I kind of burned the candle from both ends during the application process. I spent more energy and more time and more of myself than I was supposed to an unhealthy extent. To the point where if I was told no, if I was told, thank you for applying to this position, unfortunately, we have decided to go with another candidate. Unfortunately, you do not meet the standards of excellence or expertise that we're looking for an employee in this company. Like, if that happened to me, I was going to be in a really bad spot. I was basically going to step away from streaming, step away from Melee, step away from Discord. The only thing that I was going to be able to spend my time on is my day job and searching for a new job, right? And I was going to be abjectly miserable every single day, more so than I had been before. Homeless after your breakup at the end of January. Jesus. I mean, homeless, I hope that means you just went back to your folks. I was homeless at the beginning of the January this year. We have new merch! Pog! Holy shit! Stream Elements, you gotta know your spots. Nowhere but my car. Shit. Oh. And this fucking the fun fact during this session, it only matters to Audrey. Audrey, my base was under attack in Star Trek during the session. I just got like 5 pings of like, your base has been assaulted. Your base has been assaulted. Your base has been assaulted. Just by one guy. He's on our planet and he's just stealing my resources. You asshole. So that was like one section where I said like, hey, could you run by like that entire previous section that you just said? And that's because I was dealing with a hostile invasion. Oh. I got a lot of things to work on, but it's like cool, like good thing to work on. It feels like I've got like real direction. Like plenty of other times, you know, I've been in the lab. I'm a lab monster. You know, I would rather spend an hour in the lab than an hour in the unranked queue. But like it's always been my own direction, right? It's always been, you know, self-motivated, and no matter what you pursue, be it personal or professional, if you try to teach yourself, you're going to make the wrong choice. There's literally a quote from Odo in DS9 is just like, the problem with freedom of choice, Major, is sometimes they just make the wrong choice intentionally. It's like, well, shut up, Odo. So there's just been all these different things that is like, ooh, I'm gonna learn this, and ooh, I'm gonna learn that. Like, I spent an exorbitant amount of time learning Westball's shines, which is like the shine with the short hop. The second shine is like slightly above, and then you waveland back down. I explained, like, I said, like, well, I just like primarily prefer Westball's shines just because of the easier timing. And he's like, oh, well, I don't know much about Westball's, you know, what is a Westball's shine? And I explained that whole thing. He's like, oh, that just sounds like a double shine, but worse in every single way. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, but, yeah, it is. And then literally, I had a conversation with Unlimited this morning of like, you know, oh, shine chasing is like super hard, where you like shine and then shine waveland onto a platform and then shine waveland onto the top platform, and then you have to like convert from top to side platform, from side platform to an edge guard, potentially into a kill. Like, that's the optimal Falco combo pipeline on a triple plat stage. And then Kalvar just says like, yeah, just do a no impact land shine. It's like sick. And then he just does it. And he's a Marth main who barely plays Falco, and he just loads up Uncle Punch, and he's like, yeah, you could just do this. And then if you wanted to be sick, you could just do like this, and then do an instant waveland out. And I'm like, okay. It's named after a player that lost his relevancy in like 2017. So kind of been holding on to an archaic standard. Oh, I am tired. I am so tired. Oh, I made a mistake. I was supposed to do markers to like separate out the segments of the VOD so I would be able to scrub through it easier. Whatever. Did you know that HBO Max is available to stream today? Enjoy thousands of hours of series, movies, and exclusive originals. Follow our little stupid link. Sign up for HBO Max and give us money. I'm not yet being paid to say this. This is out of the kindness in my... Not really. Just do the thing. Give us money. Subscribe to the pubbers. I'll catch you guys later.